A signal here. Yeah, leg buys.
She just cannot resist the temptation of that sweep shot. He's lucky. I think the line was just slightly outside the leg stump. You could see that leg stump as well, hint of leg stump. Foot was outside the line of the stumps. That's the feature that we've seen in this innings. They've been able to force the ball off the back foot and find the gaps. This lack of pace can really hamper you, hitting you down the ground. But that good footwork, just slightly back of length, you have enough time to rock back and find the gaps either side of the wicket.
Yeah, again, she'll rock back and then she plays it square on the onside. That's a strong zone. Getting closer to that 50, just a run away, Muniba. So is her partner. 5 away from that 50. Very good opening partnership, and they've accelerated. After the first 8 to 10 overs, they waited for that new ball to just stop that sideways movement, and now they started scoring.
It was always felt against that Sri Lanka in that series that the Pakistani batters need to expand their range of strokes. And 6 months on, we can clearly see in these two openers, they've really expanded their range of strokes. That is where the acceleration that you're talking about can come without taking many chances. It's a good one from Kara. Just the 3 runs off it and the leg by. 105 for none.
I couldn't see really where it came from. I thought it was hitting.
अच्छा कैम 5 मुनीबा की 50 होने वाली है, ठीक है। कैम 6 आप सामने उस पे जूम इन कर लीजिएगा अगर वो दे सकते हैं उसका डगआउट पे। लूज ग्राफिक्स।
Pakistan, 3rd position on that ICC championship. Good use of the crease again.
50 for Muniba.
And that is 50 for Muniba Ali. This has really been a polished knock. 3rd 50 in ODI cricket. He's really accelerated when needed. And a good exhibition of batting from this young opener. Well played.
Stand by 6.
That's a 3rd 51st against Ireland.
Yes, Rachie, excellent.
She's done well. 78 her strike rate. She's got 5 boundaries in that. Makes a full toss out of it and just finds that fielder at short cover. Pakistan looking to now post a big total. They fancy their chances with no wickets lost. Again, that ball just goes above your eye line. It's so tough to put those away. Oh, that's the boundary. They should have been stopped. She got a finger to it. She got there. And that's been signalled a boundary, and that's well deserved. Goes to 49. A free hit has been given. Yeah, just that eye line I was talking about. You tend to lose the ball for a moment if it comes from that height. So she's got a free hit now available to get to her 50. That's nicely driven away. Beautiful shot. Complete timing in it. And she gets her 50 quicker than her partner. 53 or 55.
Arms aloft, she celebrates. Probably one of her best strokes to get to that 50. Great use of the feet. Just getting to the pitch of the ball against the turn, but got close enough, and look at the placement on that and the power. It all came from the timing that she had. 5th 50 of her career.
There's not much turn or spin available to the spinners. What they're trying to do probably to beat the batters in the flight. But then over pitching and those low full tosses are not really helping them at the moment. Both the batters comfortably sitting on 50s, and what we'd like to see here that they multiply those runs. It's not just landmarks. Or like
Look right here, girl. I love
30
the way.
overs to go after this.
क्या replay
So
की?
time is on your side, overs on your side. You get that kind of a start, you got to cash out on that. Aim for bigger landmarks this time again. So I said, you know, trying to beat them in flight again, misfield, again a full toss, again. It's the same result. 20 overs gone, 120 for no loss.
Stand by 5. Stand by 6. धीरे रखिए. Stand by for the batting guard. Batting guard ready है? Any minute.
यार माशाल्लाह. माशाल्लाह.
नहीं इस पे कोई
For the batters on 54. Sidra got there in 56 deliveries. Look at that run rate. They've already caught up at a run a ball now. Seems to be a long 30 overs ahead for the Irish girls.
close graphics.
And also they seem to be surprised with the pace of the outfield. A couple of boundaries have been let slip through their hands in the deep.
Stand by.
They're
5.
chasing hard, but it looks like they're just a yard away from the ball, which means that they're getting surprised by the pace of the outfield.
अभी नहीं इसको जरा अलग कर लेना. 5 जरा हल्का सा.
First chance to have a look at the Irish skipper, Laura Delaney.
वही है वही नहीं.
Yeah.
नहीं कैप्टन है आप दो.
27th match for Laura, the captain. She's got 3 for 26, her best. First time in operation in this match, the first ODI.
Close graphics. Stand by.
They're looking for that breakthrough. Haven't found it yet in the 20 overs, but what is good about for Pakistan winning the toss, deciding to bat first, is that they're cashing out on the decision they've made. They've accelerated well.
Hold करो.
They were 49 in 10 overs, and then they've basically punched on that accelerator, 71 in the next 10, and haven't lost a wicket. So the important part here, Shah Faisal, is that you don't lose a wicket. You eye for those bigger landmarks. You set those goals, get into the 70s as an individual, then eye for the 100, aim for it. Because usually in these situations, one gets out, the other one follows. Both of them on 54. It's a good looking, comfortable drive. You'll see that these modes, you'll change gears through your innings, because still a long way to go. 29.4 overs to go.
Well, these are ICC championship games, so the performances here, they count a big deal. Like this Sikandar was saying, if you got yourself to a start, make sure you make it count, you make it a big one.
मैं हाँ मैं ले सकते हैं वो gloves मंगवा के.
Yeah, sorry, there. Yeah. Yeah.
Feel well scattered out. Irish girls on the defensive now. They desperately need some inspiration. And Laura, being the skipper, will be looking to provide that.
She's tried her level best to stop that single, just a little too much on the left side of her dive.
Stand by 5. ये bowler. अगर इस बॉल पे कुछ नहीं होता ना तो फिर ले लेते हैं.
Said Pakistan's record opening partnership has been between these two girls, Sidra and Muniba.
रेडी है सिद्रा का
Once
strike.
again, picking out the gaps very nicely.
Animate.
Sidra Amin has been prolific. These are her stats in the ICC Women's Championship. 3 games. Look at that average of 72. You can go up with the strike rate. Obviously, this is before this game. And that highest of 123.
Lose it. हाँ दोबारा ले animate.
Some big names on that list as well. Harmanpreet Kaur, Priti Mandana, and Chamaria Tapatu, who we saw in Karachi earlier in the year.
Graphic out.
And Lakshya De Silva, another very talented girl. Most impressive part of this innings has been the rotation of the strike between these two girls. Single to finish off the over. 125 for none after 21.
रेहान मुनीबा का 50 पैकेज है, फिर नेक्स्ट ओवर में हम लेंगे, ठीक है, क्योंकि वो ओवर के बिटवीन ही चल सकता। आ गई हाथ उठाया, एक सेकंड मैं पहले बैटिंग कार्ड लेके एनिमेट बैटिंग कार्ड, BT एनिमेट बैटिंग कार्ड।
Sturdy opening partnership between these two. Both have reached their half mark. 56 for Muniba, Sidramin on 57. That's exactly the start Pakistan was looking. Ireland still struggling to find some success. Muniba Ali started off very cautiously, but then few loose deliveries were put away, and that gave away the momentum to her. Anything shorter, slightly shorter, she will punish you. That was glorious down the ground with straight bat. Walking into the leg side. She likes that square. This time it's going aerial, beating the fielder. Got to her 50. Still a long way to go. She has the potential to score a century here. We've got Andrew alongside me. Andrew, what does Ireland need to do?
Yeah, very good morning to you, Marina. And good morning, everyone. Really great to be back with you. I haven't seen you since the ICC Women's Qualifier that was cut short down in Zimbabwe. It seems like chaos has followed us around a touch. But yeah, for Ireland to get back into the game, they need wickets. It's that simple. And that's the reason Orla Prendergast has come back into the attack. She didn't quite get it right, did she, with her first 3 overs? But she has that extra yard of pace, generates good movement. I think she'll be one of the quickest bowlers we'll see on show from either side. And the fast bowler, who's a good batter as well, needs to get the breakthrough for Ireland. They need it now.
There'll be a wide. Extras have been offered every now and then from Ireland. Orla, yeah, she did struggle. Initially she was disciplined in terms of where she was pitching the ball, getting some swing early on, but really couldn't capitalize on grabbing that wickets. Ireland need to do something out of their comfort zone to get some success. Okay, just straying down the leg. We'll have to wait for the umpire's signal.
Stand by one, umpire.
I think did not find any bat on it. She did.
Yeah, I think it might have cannoned into the glove, possibly, so given as runs. But you think of all the great opening partnerships in the history of the men's and the women's game, tend to be that right-hand, left-hand combination. That's what Pakistan have here, and that's what's causing the Irish bowlers some problems. Prendergast down the legs to the left-hander. Can she get it right to the right-hander?
No run there, slight hesitation just in time, I think, Muniba.
Ready, mid-wicket.
That's excellent, right?
They have been brilliant, these two, between the wickets. Let's have a look.
I just wonder, was this close? Because there was a stutter step, wasn't there, from the non-striker. Rachel Delaney at mid-on. Oh! That could well have been gone. And sometimes, when you have two batters looking so comfortable at the crease, that's what you need. The moment of inspiration. Direct hit would have been very interesting.
That's true, but just for the single. They need something. Ireland, a spectacular catch, a good effort, a good run out. Might upset Pakistan. The opening partnership is going strong and stable. They need some magic in the field.
Yeah, and for Laura Delaney, the Irish captain, thought it was interesting that she took Emma Richardson, who's on your screen there now, out of the attack. I know she did leak a few runs, but usually she tends to play that holding role in the middle overs for Ireland with her off spin. The problem is both of those spinners, Richardson and Murray, hit out of the attack. And Rachel Delaney also expensive, so spin hasn't worked. I said in my first stint that was going to be key for Ireland. They've had to go back to their pacers. They need to find a wicket because Muniba Ali, Sidra Amin, sensational to get this series going.
Definitely, I think there's not much to offer in terms of spin. These two love to sweep, go down the ground. Dot to end the over. 22 gone, Pakistan 129 without loss.
Stand by 6. Bowling card BT ready है एनिमेट बॉलिंग कार्ड डी तुम्हारी मशीन अभी भी स्टक हो रही है
7 bowlers already used for Ireland. We may see more because we haven't seen anything from Leah Paul yet. The left arm off spinner could be a good option on this surface. She bowls a little slower through the air. It's really just Amy Hunter and Gabby Lewis who don't bowl in this Irish side at all. So we may see 8 bowlers used. I suspect we'll see Leah Paul at some stage. For the moment, Laura Delaney's going to continue with herself to try and gain some control back. It's so difficult, isn't it? When you lose a toss, the home side choose to bat in the conditions that they know best. They're the higher ranked team, no wickets on the board. This is the stuff of nightmares for the Irish skipper. Can she find a way to get her side into the game?
That's tight line, keeping it within the wickets. Not much pace offered. Ireland obviously haven't found any success, but that obviously defines the character. Still looking and hunting for wickets.
They have a great attitude, this Irish side. You'll see throughout the series, however things are going, whether brilliantly or terribly, they will keep giving it their all. They're brilliantly coached and brilliantly led. Laura Delaney, the captain, and then Ed Joyce, the head coach. But it's not just about Ed Joyce, it's about all of the backroom staff they put in this Irish women's setup. Earlier in the year, a €1.5 million investment in the women's game by Cricket Ireland. You can see that's the sports psychologist there on the left, the physio in the middle of your shot, Ed Joyce in the top right of your screen. I'm a little biased because I loved Ed Joyce, but I reckon he's maybe the best Irish batter of all time. I'm sure Paul Sterling and Owen Morgan and a few others will have a word to say about that, but he was a class act, and the commitment he has to the women's game, Marina, is second to none. He comes from a massive cricketing family. His 2 sisters obviously played for Ireland. He loves the women's game, the job he's doing. Brilliant for Irish cricket.
Don't worry about it, I adore Ed Joyce. They're slammed hard, but they've got protection. We were having a chat off air about how things have been progressing for Ireland, women especially, the contracts coming in, and they're new, a lot of new faces, but Joyce sisters have done their part. Joyce, as you mentioned, is putting a lot of input on this side, and you can see the attitude whenever Ireland is on the field. You can see that desperation, the commitment. Just take us through how things have changed over the past few years for them.
Yeah, I think the biggest game changer for the Irish women's game is this entrance into the Women's Championship. And if we draw parallels between the men's side and the women's side, I think the women's side are probably 6 to 8 years behind where the men's side are at, being honest. But the reason for that is the exposure that the men's side have got. With the 2007 World Cup and coming to the attention of the world and more regular fixtures throughout the 2010s era and now into the Super League. This one thuds into the back pad. Well, the pitched outside leg won't be given out. End of the 23rd over. The score 132 for none.
Really good, Ireland. Very good idea, gals.
Really, the developments of the women's game and this wealth of fixtures they're going to get over the next 2.5 years, I would expect them to make progress the way the men's side have. Ireland beating big teams in the men's game isn't really seen as an upset anymore. Beat the West Indies in a series in January away from home. We beat England there at the World Cup recently in the shortest format. These were massive shocks back in the day. Now the men's team want to make that a thing of more regularity, more common. The women's team will get there. They're not going to get there overnight. They may not win a game on this tour. I know Ed Joyce is targeting at least a couple of wins between the 2 formats, but that isn't really the end game here. The end game is progress. It's a very young side. See Leah Paul come into the attack with her left arm spin, and I think we're going to see that progress, not overnight, but over the course of the next 12 to 18 months.
Tossed up, stealing the single. That's what they have been doing impressively, Muniba Ali and Sidrameen. And I do agree with you.
Yes,
I mean,
single
I'm
wicket
following
over.
Ireland women team for a while, and I love how they're committed. They are progressing for sure.
ये देखो ना इसमें क्या रनिंग नजर आएगी.
But yes, it's just bits and pieces coming all together. That's the bigger picture for them.
I'm fine.
They are obviously on the right track.
Yeah, I think you're okay there.
I think certainly, and the learnings they're going to take from this tour in both formats, in the ODI format, the 50 over format we're watching here, and then also critically the T20s next week as we build up to that T20 World Cup in South Africa in February. That exposure, you just can't buy it. This one's hit away into the leg side. That's going to be a boundary. Very slow through the air, like we talk about, Marina. Gets the aerial route over the head of the mid-wicket fielder. Good placement, gets 4 from Munib Ali.
Mid-wicket ready.
Oh, you can't bowl her there. That's her strength. Look at that, just a forward press and goes back into the crease. Capitalizing that gap and the length that actually helped her play that shot. Just need to pitch it up. The first delivery was slower through the air. Pitched up, invited Sidra to play the drive. That's the length you're looking. Again, shorter, and this time it will go all the way over the boundary. First 6 of the innings coming off the bat of Munib Ali.
Well, what a strike. Wasn't a good delivery, dragged down certainly. And sometimes poor deliveries like this can actually find you the breakthrough. But Ali has got enough of it to get it over the head of the deep backward square leg fielder. When it was first hit, I wondered, was that going to be maybe a chance? But instead, it soared all the way for 6. The first 6 of many we're going to see here at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore.
186 Munib Ali, previous highest was 58. Getting closer to her century mark. That's better. Again, just the lack of pace allowing Muniba to play it into the offside.
उस छक्के का कोई और replay है तो
Tell me about the
reverse.
pace the spinner should bowl at here. You're from Lahore, you know these local conditions brilliantly well. Nida Dar was telling me before the toss, you're not going to get much spin out of these surfaces.
यार एक तो क्या
But if you're bowling at the pace that Paul is, you have a very small margin for error, I'd expect.
This time again, tossed up. Oh, this tight misfield, I think it will run away for the boundary. It does. This time, Sidra Amin getting his cruise light. She is taking the charge back to lead.
भाई बाजी वापस आ गई.
Really expensive over. The introduction of the 8th bowler has been very costly. Again, so slow through the air, isn't it? This time, we've seen 2 short balls in the over. This time, 2 full. Fielder, I think Emma Richardson will have felt that maybe she could have done better. Things going wrong here for Ireland.
That's true again. There'll be back-to-back boundaries for Sidra Amin. Nia Paul, he's been expensive. 20 off this over, 150 up, 152 without loss Pakistan after 24.
Sorry, last ball. Stand by 6. Feet out. कैम 7 अपना रिलीवन शॉट के अंदर कैम 7.
Sidra Amin moves on to 70, Munib on 69. The dream start for Pakistan. 152 without loss. Ireland, well, they're bringing each and every option into the play to get the first success. Laura to continue. Being cautiously dealt with, no run offered.
Yeah, good work by Gabby Lewis, cuts off the single at mid-wicket. Real concerns though for Ireland. Pakistan, quite simply, sensational start. 150 put on between these two. It's been pretty much chanceless, maybe just that one edge in the 6th over. Fell short of the keeper Mary Waldron, but outside of that and maybe a sniff of a run out, these two have been flawless. And I think they're both not just thinking of 3 figures now. Pakistan thinking of at least 300 plus. This could get ugly in the next 45 minutes for Ireland if something doesn't change and change quickly.
Way outside off stump. The fielder need to put some leg work in. Well, these two have accelerated really well. The first 50 coming in 46 deliveries.
यार ये पार्टनरशिप इनकी हम दिखा नहीं
Got
सकते वो पिक्चर्स के
37
साथ
for the
वाला
next
था,
one.
ठीक?
That was
हाँ,
150.
ओवरएंड पे वही पार्टनरशिप की बात कर रहे थे तो हम
Both on 70. Definitely would be eyeing that 100 mark. We've got a lot of batting left. Bisma Maroof to follow Nidadar, Alia, and the list goes on. But now I think, yes, these two should realize that they might take up the run rate a bit more. Right now it's 5.74. Something special is needed from Ireland.
Yeah, and certainly they were always going to be the underdogs here. There was a lot of talk around Irish cricketing circles about how they might be able to pick up a win or two out here in Lahore. From the position they're in right now, this game is looking like a massive uphill battle, but it's also the mental scars of this being the very first game of the series, the first morning of the series. Ireland yet to pick up a wicket, Pakistan dominant in their home conditions. You have to wonder, how can Ireland find a way not just back into this game, but back in to all of the contests, the 6 contests that we're going to see here.
Single down the ground. But we have seen the momentum shifting rapidly in few games. So that was the over. 25 done, Pakistan 155 without loss.
स्टैंड बाय 7 वही रिलीविंग शॉट दीजिए चलें एनीमे मैंने
Marina, let me ask you about the Women's Asia Cup that's just concluded, a magnificent event, obviously in the different format, the T20 format, as we look at the partnership. 155 unbroken, coming at a great time as well, faster than a run of ball. Pakistan scored that phenomenal win over India that hit headlines all the way around the world. And the way that they did it, India were looking unbeatable. But then there was disappointment in the semi-finals to miss out to Sri Lanka.
Well, definitely, that was a disappointing end. I mean, especially beating India, that gave a huge boost to the team. And they have potential, we've been talking about it, but that's just the skills. And this time goes aerial, they've got the fielder, but he'll watch go the ball over her. Another maximum. Leah is struggling to ball against Muniba.
This is a very brave decision. I'm going to be generous and call it a brave decision to keep Leah Paul on, because she didn't get her lengths right. That's another drag down. It's really a long hop. And the issue is, if that's to a right-hander who's hitting against the spin, against the angle, it may create a chance in the deep. The problem is to the left-hander, with her coming over the wicket, she's changing now to round the wicket. It's really a free hit. 6 more to the total.
Again into the leg side. And just settle for a single. Probably Leah should change her plans, because Muniba is very strong off the back foot. She might like to toss it up like she was doing against Sidra Amin. She's not fond of coming onto the front foot, Muniba Ali. You can trap her there.
This is the last 6. ये क्या किया? ये क्या दिया? Replay out.
It's just a punch down the ground. The previous over from Delaney. But for Ireland to continue with Leah Paul here, I was really surprised. 1 over for 20. That's game changing even in the T20, let alone an ODI. And she's been given some really harsh punishment, particularly by Muniba Ali. Massive pressure on Ireland. It's a huge occasion for the Irish women's game, and right now Pakistan showing them how tough it is at this top table.
Slight changes in the field. Taken 45 out. Now they've got protection more towards the offside. Shot third man coming in from Muniba. Change in line of attack. That's better. Again, slight slower in the air.
For me, Emma Richardson would feel like the more natural option here. She'll enjoy bowling to the left-hander, but then she can bowl defensively to the right-hander, come around the wicket and close off the angles. Real pressure on Leah Paul here. Can she just create a chance, find that breakthrough that Ireland need?
Smashed hard, got protection. Yep. Munibali
तो मुझे लगता है दोनों
is
100
tad
कर-
vulnerable outside off
Very good,
stump.
Wally. Very good,
Doesn't really
Wally.
reach out anything out off. Her front foot keeps on planted towards.
पाकिस्तान का previous
Straight.
record क्या था best?
That can be an area. You asked me about how spinners should bowl. It
वो
also
हमारे
depends
पास full frame है
what
कि-
batter you're bowling at, what are the strengths. Be a single, or I think it's timed beautifully. It will run away for boundary, and this time Sidra Amin joining the party. Leah, that's way expensive. 26 gone, Pakistan 168 without loss.
चले जी ready है? कोई बात नहीं नहीं तुम्हारा replay नहीं उसकी graphic animate
They're on the roll. Highest opening partnership for Pakistan, right up there. Munibali, Sidra Amin. 168, going strong against Ireland. Second even was Muniba and Sidra against Sri Lanka. That was 158. So these two love to bat together.
And are we seeing an opening partnership for Pakistan that's going to dominate the game for the coming years? Top two on the list. They're hunting down a record partnership for any wicket. That's 181 for Pakistan. Bismillah Maharouf and Leena Dar against Ireland all the way back in 2013. And certainly you would think that for Ireland, they knew it was going to be a difficult task coming here to conditions that are completely alien to those back in Europe and back in Ireland in particular. We get a lot of rain in Ireland. Pitches are very, very different. But the previous delivery of the final over, we got a great example of the outfield, where you get such good reward for your strokes. You felt at first it might have just been one or two, but it was so well timed and well played. The outfield is lightning fast. It's really like a snooker table out there, isn't it? Amazing facilities here at the Gaddafi Stadium. And this partnership is putting lots of smiles on the faces of the home crowd.
It's really good. People coming in, backing the girls. A lot of international cricket to be witnessed. Not just women, but men's side as well. We've got a huge lineup. No run there.
Oh, yeah, you're
Just one little story for you from my plane journey coming over. I was sitting there and just I was aware of noise in the background. And I knew Pakistan were playing because I was watching the game before I took off coming across from the Middle East to land here in Lahore. A gentleman on the plane in the sky, I don't know how he was doing it, streaming the Pakistan men's game. This one's helped around the corner, will just be a single. And he was living and breathing every ball. And he had a seat spare next to him, so I said, you don't mind if I come and watch the game with you? And he was delighted. So there we were, somewhere over the Gulf, or wherever we were, I don't know where we were, watching Pakistan, South Africa live on the television. And they've stayed alive, haven't they? They're going to need a favour, but who knows, they could get to the semi-finals.
It's in the blood, isn't it? The passion. Just need slightest of opportunity to witness any game of cricket, and we'll pounce on it. Same as with you.
Oh, well, I can't stop watching cricket. I think my parents are worried about me. I do nothing else. I don't think I've missed a ball of the Men's World Cup yet, apart from today. I'm kind of watching two things at once.
You're tense on both ends, aren't you?
really good, Ilo.
Single to end the over. It's 27 gone. Pakistan 170 without loss.
Marina, can I ask you about that journey for the women's game here? It's absolutely apparent how popular cricket is here, but an awful lot of the billboards you would see, they're men's players. Did something like India losing to Pakistan getting that amazing dramatic win in Sylhet, did that start creating some headlines here? Is there a surge of momentum behind the women's game now?
There has been quite some momentum for a while now, and I think our team has come a long way. PCB, you have to give credit to them. Facilities being provided. Yes, we did struggle initially. There wasn't much to be offered to the women's side, but right now the contracts, they're up there. They've got facilities, good coaches coming in. And again, we've talked about how ICC Championship has turned things around, because in initial days when even I was playing, we didn't have a lot of international cricket. So the problem was we weren't playing against the tougher side. We couldn't really learn a lot. So right now I think women's cricket has come a long way. Oh, just some fumble there, no single. So you could see the difference, you can feel the difference whenever you look around in Pakistan. players are being recognized a lot, facilities are given, the players do realize that they have a huge responsibility. So it's still a long way to go on, but I think it's steady steps that actually help to achieve the big picture.
Arlene Kelly back into the attack. Ireland thinking seems the way to go. And speaking of the Pakistan Cricket Board, what about this announcement that actually came out during the Women's Asia Cup? The Women's League, 1 city, 4 teams, 13 matches. How much would you have loved to have been a part of that?
Oh, I've been waiting for it for a long time. I wish I was playing right now because it was about time. I mean, we have seen that how leagues actually aid not just the teams but individuals as well. They go, they get the exposure, they share the dressing room with international stars. They learn a lot about the game and the attitude as well. They come back and they obviously, you know, cooperate all that experience to others. And this was well due, and I'm really excited for this one.
I suppose the brilliant thing about it, it's going to run at a very similar time to the HBL PSL that's into its 8th season now in 2023. But the fact that there's foreign players coming in, that's something that, as you said, the kind of lack of women's international cricket historically, not currently, but historically maybe for Pakistan. With a hashtag there, back our girls. Get behind both teams in green, not just the Pakistan, so get behind Ireland as well. Slower ball, but with those foreign players coming in, that's going to really aid all of the domestic talent here in Pakistan.
Definitely. I mean, I can't imagine if I were a younger player sharing dressing room with, I mean, any international player coming from England, Ireland, even Australia, and I wouldn't just let them go away for a while and keep asking questions and learn about their attitude, their work ethic, skills. There's a lot to discuss about. Just imagine a youngster getting that opportunity to communicate with bigger stars, what impact that would bring.
Brilliant, Arles. Great skills,
Dot.
Arlo, great skills.
Yeah, and I think in addition to that, the international stars who are going to come in are going to love it here. Because no doubt the way the PCB organise things, it's going to be put on with razzmatazz, there'll be big crowds coming in. Someone like Gabby Lewis, on the screen there, she might be thinking, if I do well here in Lahore, maybe I'll be part of that inaugural Women's League. Maybe Laura Delaney, 2 very good batters. Keep your eyes on those 2.
Oh, just asking the question, but Asif Yaqub, the umpire, is not interested. Dot to end the over. 28 gone, Pakistan going strong on 175 without loss.
यार हमारे पास और स्टैट है आयरलैंड के अगेंस्ट चाइनीज पार्टनरशिप या अच्छा चलो ठीक है ठीक ओके ओके ओके
Right, 175 for none after 28. It's a very, very good start. They would like to finish it like the same way. Because this is a very good partnership. Sidra Amin, she was quite early on, but now she's picking up the pace alongside Muniba, who's 82 of 94. As a welcome, Shah Faisal alongside me. Where can Ireland find the breakthrough?
They do need one, that's for sure. That record-breaking opening partnership. Here, Laura, the skipper, she's bowled 4 tidy overs, but nothing in the wicket column. And this opening partnership has been mammoth.
Absolutely, record-breaking. This is the highest ever partnership of Pakistan against Ireland. 176, unbeaten yet. Of course, not just Ireland, but overall for Pakistan in ODIs. This is the highest partnership. The same pair holds the record of the second highest partnership also for Pakistan. This is just amazing, isn't it?
That is incredible. Sidra Amin got 122 on that occasion. 150 that partnership, and now this one is an even bigger one with those 2 girls featuring at the top. 178, still going strong. Javeria Nahida at number 3 with 96 against England. And then Sidra Amin.
This is good cricket by Muniba. She's now using the pace of Laura Delaney for a boundary.
This is Muniba's go-to shot, and on this occasion the line helped her. The angle was in her favor. All she had to do was to beat that fielder at 45. Roll. She's very good at sweeping. And Muniba closing in on that 100. Her acceleration has been pretty good today.
Yeah, the best thing about this partnership has been that they've not tried to look hard, to hit hard. They just timed it, placed it beautifully, and it has worked for them. And somehow this bowling lineup of Ireland suits Pakistani batters. Gentle medium paces, not really paced, ball not spinning enough. Yeah, she'll just ease it for one.
Yeah, that's good batting again. Once again, trying to improvise, looking to put the bowler under pressure. And if the ball is not in the area she wants, she's happy enough to take the single. 29 gone, 183 for none.
Bowling card पे देना इसमें वहाँ से start करना. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bowlers.
8 bowlers used so far by the Irish captain. The economy, well, Leah Paul 16 on the higher side, but that wicket column is still empty. That's where they would like to improve on.
Jane Maguire and Laura Delaney, they're the two bowlers with the minimum economy of 4. Just the 20 runs of their 5 overs each. As you watch Arlene Kelly, that's in the air. He'll just cross over for a single. Lack of pace on that occasion. Muniba was into her stroke early.
Yeah, that's what they've done, these Irish bowlers. They've just given the ball air. They just wanted the ball to swing. This one a cutter, just rolling her fingers over it. So they've just given the ball enough time to swing, but it hasn't happened for them. Again, looking for the... Oh, there's a mix-up.
Close single.
That's a close one. Easily done in the end.
There was slight hesitation. Ramin was looking for that big wind-up. But then again, it was a slow delivery and she had to adjust. Muniba has been very proactive with her running at the non-striker, and she was the one who instigated that call. The last moment just held her stroke.
Yeah, they're very comfortable with each other, Muniba and Sidra. You can just tell by the singles they take, just that eye contact and the call. No wonder they've just been right at the top with those partnerships, 2 big partnerships for Pakistan. This one unbeaten, 186. This is the platform is set, Shah Faisal.
Absolutely, plenty of batting to come. Bisma, look at her average. Then Sadaf is on debut. And the big hitting Ali Riaz.
And what this partnership also does is that it gives Bisma Maroof the comfort zone, the cushion that she can be flexible with the batting order. What do you think? Promoting Nida Dar up the order? If this partnership doesn't fall for another 5 or 7 overs?
Not a bad idea. I'm not sure if it will happen.
We were having the same debate against Sri Lanka in Karachi when Pakistan was playing there. They could always push for that 280, 300 mark by just changing the batting order. Because if they can send Nida Dar up the order, that will definitely increase that pace also.
Very good here, Earl.
They're scoring at a better than a run a ball.
नहीं अच्छा चल रहा
So 310
है इसमें.
should be a possibility anyway. If they go at the current rate, better than run a ball, they should easily go up above 300. We'll continue talking about it. 30 gone, 186 for none.
Water stand by 1. ये रखिए. I think it's time for drinks.
It's time for some drinks here at Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore.
ड्रिंक्स का भाग नहीं ले सकते बेटी. हाँ तो दे दो, मैं ड्यूटी पे जा रहा हूँ. बस यार मैं नहीं देख पा रहा ना, आप इतने खूबसूरत वो निखर के आए हैं, मैं आपको देख नहीं पा. हाँ जी भाई, मोटिवेशनल फोर्स बड़ी थी आपके सामने. अच्छा इनकी पार्टनरशिप से आएंगे फिर दोबारा वापस, क्योंकि अभी यही हाईलाइट है. मैनहट्टन रेडी है, लेकिन पार्टनरशिप से आएंगे ना तो उस पे आ जाएंगे. हाँ ठीक है, वो मैनहट्टन एक ओवर के बाद भी ले सकते हैं हम, क्योंकि अभी हम ड्रिंक्स के बाद वापस आ रहे हैं ना, तो एक हाईलाइट के साथ आ रहे हैं, खाली ग्राफ के साथ उसमें. हाँ तो मैं इसलिए तो कह रहा हूँ कि ठीक है ना, पूरा डब्बा ही साफ कर देना. पार्टनरशिप के बाद लूँ कि पहले लेते हैं? पार्टनरशिप से पहले ले लेते हैं, बाद में फिर बैटिंग कार्ड लेते हैं. अली मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है ना? अच्छा अली मैनहट्टन आएगा पहले, फिर उसके बाद पार्टनरशिप के आएंगे. पार्टनरशिप हाँ ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. अली ने भी अपना छुपा हुआ मसाला जो है ना वो बाहर निकाल लिया. बीटी मैनहट्टन दे. मिडिल ओवर. ये बार जो है ये थोड़ी सी चौड़ी होनी चाहिए बीटी. चलो क्यू कॉम्स इसका जिक्र कर रहे हैं, फिर उसके बाद पार्टनरशिप. क्यू कॉम्स
Just increasing the pace. This Manhattan looks good now. Every other over, they've got this big over. Courtesy to this wonderful partnership going on, this opening partnership between Sidra and Muniba. They've done a splendid job for themselves. It's been beautiful. They took their time, and then when they were settled in, just got used to the pace of the pitch, and then looked to score big runs. They were helped by some average bowling of Irish bowlers, give them a lot of air, a lot of time to hit the ball. And Muniba with that spectacular footwork, she's been very handy. Again onto the back foot also, front foot all round. She's picked up the length very nicely. They played spinners equally well as the medium paces all around the ground. Just both sides of the ground. That has been the quality. They've swept well, they've cut well, they've driven well also. It's just been a wonderful partnership by these two batters of Pakistan. A record breaking their own record. Now Ireland just cannot find a way to get a wicket. That hurdle, what was that about? What the message is?
Well, the break sometimes is not a bad idea for the fielding side. Look at that batting lineup to come. Bisma Maroof, Alia Riaz, Nida Dar. I'm sure she's not going to bat at that order. She will come up if needed. Kainat Imtiaz, the other all-rounder. Sidra Nawaz, the wicket-keeper. 20 overs to go.
Stand by 6.
Irish girls have been chasing the leather, and it's not going to get easy.
Uh-oh. Yeah, with this partnership, 186, 20 overs to come. We're looking for some big total by Pakistan side.
स्पिनर जो है वो इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट कर सकते
Where can they find a wicket? What's your suggestion to the Irish bowlers, Shah Faisal?
हैं कैप्टन जी कैप्टन है कैप्टन
Pulled nicely. There is protection. Uh-oh, she's just let it go.
स्टैंड बाय
That's not what you want when you're looking to stop some runs and get wickets. This is exactly you shouldn't be doing.
रोल
Yeah, that's pretty average from the Irish girls. Not a good delivery at all, but look at that. And this is not the first time this has happened. I think the pace of the outfield has really surprised these girls. And once this ball hit the turf, she was late to react.
फील्डिंग देना क्या
And they're always one step behind on the boundary line.
स्टैंड बाय 2
And they've let quite a few boundaries go through.
बाउल करेंगे
They've got to tighten up on that.
Same area, same fielder. This time she does well. 96 for Maniba, eyeing on her first ODI 100. An excellent inning.
वो देने हम पाकिस्तान का बैच देखें
Asia Cup performance must have given her a lot of confidence.
अच्छा नहीं आ सकता कोई भी सामने जो आएगी ना देखना आज
And now against Ireland, she's making the most of her form that she's in. And Sidra Amin with a couple of hundreds already in this year. She's also looking good. All set for the big one, 3 figures. It's a good run, very good run. She knew it the moment she hit it, that one is available.
रिवर्स में है रिप्ले
You asked me a while ago about what Irish need to do. They need to build some pressure, and these fielders inside the ring, they should be able to stop those singles. On the heels, too deep on the edge of the circle. And if you allow the batters to rotate strike, the pressure will never build.
Right, all eyes from now on will be on Muniba as she moves to 97 now. This will be the first time that he'll go past that 3 figures if she can get to that. Fantastic inning.
The strike rate is amazing. That pack that we just saw, the good thing is they were able to put the bad balls away, and the running between the wicket, which we didn't see in that packet, has been excellent. Once again, look at Muniba at the non-striker, and she's on the outlook of that quick single. Sidra playing with the soft hands. The fielders are backing at the edge of the circle. That's a good tactic. Another good one for Pakistan. 7 of the over, 193 for none.
5 जरा लूज करके शॉट लूज जूम आउट करो भाई हां ये रखिए
Yeah. 2 strike hazard.
ये हेडफोन मैं चार
Yeah, kick him.
97 for Muniba Ali as she faces
10 by 6
yet another over. It's just been wonderful for these young girls coming here, watching those big stars in front of them.
आ जाओ
Oh, that was a mix-up right there between these two batters. You don't want to run out at this point because she's nearing her first 100 of the career, so you don't want to just mess it up here.
There's plenty of encouragement from the dugout. There you go. Slight hesitation. That fumble didn't help. Will she go for the glory shot, or she'll just accumulate singles? We'll have to wait and see.
She cuts it beautifully. There is protection. For once, we all got excited that she's got her first 100, but not to be still.
5 जरा ग्राउंड को देना वाइन की टीममेट्स बाहर
Yeah, there's plenty of time. No need to hurry.
they all are waiting
First 100 is always very, very special. Look at the excitement in the camp. They're all waiting for that moment. Salim Jafar, Tawfiq Umar.
Yeah, that's his first assignment as a batting consultant. Oh, that was close. Inside edge will earn her a boundary. It will. It does.
yes
Sidra Amin just cashing on some luck.
stand by 5
Yeah, for once, Sidra didn't time that one. She's been very, very good through that offside. Clearing her front leg. Just lost her shape a little bit. Lifted her head too soon, and on
replay
that occasion was lucky it didn't go into the stumps. Instead, she picks up a boundary.
Again, gone through.
Alright, Kazi,
Lucky
nice
she had the
Kazi,
backup
nice
this time, just one run.
Kazi.
रिवर्स में एरी
It's been average, the fielding from Irish women.
रोल
That's the one I thought I would have expected better from the Irish girls. That was just regulation. Once again, just half a step behind the 8 ball. Just couldn't judge the pace on the ball.
I think it's no
She's pulled her. Just one, she's looking for second.
no
She's not gonna get it. She's not gonna get it as she moves to 99. A lot of drama around that 100 for Muniba.
रोल
Kept an eye on the umpire for a moment, thought the signal was coming, but this one was dipping down all the time. Not much pace on it. 200 has been brought up in the 32nd over.
Yeah, that's a fantastic partnership. 201 at the moment. Still hasn't lost a wicket. This partnership, 32 overs gone.
बैटिंग कार्ड वो पार्टनरशिप्स के साथ वो आएगा रेडी स्टैंड बाय एनिमेट
Yeah, and even the circle goals before that. Alright, you called in.
201 for no loss.
ओवर 4 जब ये हो जाए ना इनकी
This
इसका
is
सॉल्व
magnificent
जाए,
from
वापस
these
से
two.
celebration रखनी है, कैंप 2 और 4
Not often you see this kind of opening partnership. And this is a truly remarkable one from Sidra and Muniba.
Lose.
Muniba closing in on that 100, but for now it's Sidra on strike. Good work. Good work for once. Laura, the skipper, setting the example, and they need more of that.
She'll have to lead from the front. She's an all-round cricketer, fielding included. Nicely swept. The fielder there will have to do a bit of work. She can't reach to it. That's another boundary for Sidra Amin. Beautifully swept.
स्टैंड बाय 3 नहीं
They have really caused havoc to the Irish girls with that sweep shot. Plenty of variations of that. This time she was reaching out in front. Roll of the wrist, and it was away from that fielder. It's a fine sweep on that occasion. They pulled out the big slog sweeps on occasions, and that fielder had plenty of chasing.
फील्डिंग देना कैंप 2 फील्डिंग देना ऑन साइड से
91 now. The race is on.
Who's going to get there first? That's the question. 91 for Sidra Amin. She's facing 99 for Muniba. Superb batting. Such a proud moment for Pakistan women. Two of the openers getting closer to the 100. Tawfiq Umar must be a very proud man. His first game as a batting consultant, and look what their openers have done. There he is on your left, 91 and 99. He must be a very, very proud man.
चले आजा वापस 5 थैंक यू
Just eased it for one and gave the strike to Muniba Ali, who's on 99. Eyeing on her first international 100. Muniba Ali, she'll be the 6th centurion for Pakistan if she's able to do it. First of her career also.
क्लैपिंग और उसके बाद हैंडशेक
2 for Sidra, 2 for Javeria, 1 for Nahida.
99. Down the track she comes. There it is. The first 100 for Muniba Ali in her career. That is a fantastic inning. A very skillful inning by Muniba. The 6th 100 for Pakistan in ODIs. And that has been superb and well applauded by the crowd in. She deserves all the applaud.
Look at her smile, and look at the excitement in the dugout and in the stands. An outstanding knock from Muniba. She really started off in good fashion. When the spinners came, she really dominated and lifted her strike rate as well. 108 deliveries, that's all it took her. This is one of the very, very best innings that you'd ever wish to see from a Pakistani girl.
वो है उसकी
Right, now the eyes will shift to Sidra Amin.
Yeah, she's the 6th century in ODI cricket for Pakistan.
This is how he has made his 100
And this is how she got there. Good use of the feet, good use of the wrist. And the celebration. That is a very, very well-deserved 100 there from Muniba Ali.
Very humble also, because that shows that she's worked hard for this 100. She's been around in Pakistan circle for a bit now, and she deserved this 100. She's got that on a big occasion in the first game of the series, ICC Championship also. So lots of things going on. That is a fantastic inning, you have to say it.
Just a small correction when I mentioned the Centurions for Pakistan. 2 for Javeria, 2 for Sidra, and 1 for Nan Abdi. And now Muniba joins that list as well.
Can we see 2? Can we see Sidra Amin also get to that landmark? I would really want that to happen. She has the time, because they've done well as far as the run rate is concerned. They're doing just fine. 208 at the moment. Nothing much happening from the bowling side. Nicely driven. She'll come back for 2. Yes, that's excellent running. Just realizing that there was fumble. Made use of it.
It's good running also because they're putting the pressure on the boundary riders. They ran the first run very, very hard. And that mistake was just enough for them to come back for the second.
Oh, that was firmly hit. Firmly hit. You could tell by the reaction of the bowler as he moves to 96. Ramin. This one, look at that. Forcefully hit.
Great hand, Rachel!
Right, does the role change for Muniba, Shah Faisal?
It shouldn't. They're going at a good pace anyway.
Nicely pulled. But there is protection. She does well also. It was there to be hit. The length was there.
Yeah, the length was there, but the footwork is really impressive. She used the depth of the crease and the power is there. It's a big improvement. These girls started to play a lot of cricket and it's showing now. The way their skills are improving. Once again, good run. Putting the fielders under pressure.
Good run running is running hum nahi na le sakte hum kisi pe.
280 is Pakistan's highest ODI score. Can we think of getting a 300 mark here for the first time? Can we dare to think that, Shah Faisal?
Projected score is at 315. I would like a few more than 300 at the position they're in at the moment.
Down the track. It's a big one. Over the fielder. One bounce and over the ropes. The role has changed. Muniba Ali now using the long handle. Fantastic.
Good use of the feet. This is very good to see. She's really increased her range of strokes. 34 gone. 217 for none.
Two 2013 against Ireland, 280 they got. Against Ireland again in Colombo, 271. In Dublin again, 2012, 254. So they've been scoring runs against Ireland. So this is a good opportunity to get that 300 for the first time by Pakistani women. Just excellent to see. There's an improvement in the batting approach. Definitely, I think with Tawfiq Umar there, this will definitely help them. And they're already showing that they've got that ability in them. To the Ramin now, as she cuts one straight to the fielder.
You see on that list, you say there's very few games at home, but now with more cricket coming home, you'll see that list change. And Karachi was featuring in that list, and Lahore will, I think, feature at the top after today. Wow, very, very close. Muniba was backing up too far. Did Rachel get a hand? Did she do it on purpose? But Muniba would have been gone.
That was forcefully hit. I think that was not done on purpose. That was just gone through her hands. Because the way Sidra Amin hits it, that is with some power. I think she's made her mind, Muniba, that she's going to go after. She's going to push to get to the 300 mark. So they should. As the momentum shifts, the eyes shift to Sidra Amin now. 98 of 98. Fantastic.
I would still like to keep her shape and go through with the line of the ball rather than cluffing it across the line.
She's in no hurry. She's just milk it to onside for one. That strike rate 100. It's beautiful. So heartening to see these women pushing their limits, trying to get to the 300 mark. We had this debate last time with Marina, remember, in Karachi, about pushing it towards 300. They've done well now. I think this will definitely give them a lot of confidence. All right then. All eyes on Sidra Amin. 99 of 99. She just plays the dot ball. 35 gone. It's 221 for none.
What's the other meaning push up in?
I thought you were asking and then help me.
Yeah. Oh, I get you.
Quite magnificent record-breaking partnership between Muniba Ali and Sidra Amin is taking this first one-day international in the ICC Women's Championship away from Ireland. And for Pakistan, they are having the dream start to this home series in Lahore. 15 overs remain. And this game is only really going one way. Ireland need to just find a way to fight and claw some kind of a foothold into this game. Muniba Ali at her brilliant best here. The left-hander. And that is going to be the first wicket. Just what Ireland needed. Emma Richardson, it's their highly experienced off-spinner who provides the breakthrough. No great celebrations for them. Muniba Ali has got to 100, but she hasn't got much more. As I welcome Sikander Bhatt to have a look at this dismissal. A pretty tame ending to a brilliant innings.
That's a great innings from Muniba. She's managed to get that 100. What a brilliant opening partnership this. 132 between the two. And finally that breakthrough that was needed and required, and they're looking for it. So some inroads for the Irish team. It's 132 for one.
Some respite for Ireland, but interesting, I think what is likely a change in the order, Sikander, with Aliyah Riaz being sent up the order. There's the celebrations. Special moment for Muniba Ali, a moment she won't ever forget. Great to see the joy on the Pakistan women's team.
It's a bit strange to see Aliyah Riaz coming at number 3. I don't remember the last time I saw that, but that's a good move. Her best is 49, no doubt, but she surely has a job on hand. And the reason why she's been promoted is to just accelerate further.
Those graphics. Stand by 7.
Yeah, well, she showed us, didn't she, in the Women's Asia Cup, that she possesses those levers to clear the ropes. It's strongly down the ground in particular, so promoted up the order, up to number 3. This is a pretty good move. Really dragged down and worked into the offside. It'll just be a single. Sikander, massive series, isn't it, this, for both sides. There's a great history between these two nations. Here's another look at the wicket. Probably wasn't the greatest delivery, but just couldn't get the elevation she hoped for. And Arlene Kelly takes a simple catch. Here we go. We've seen one centurion. Are we about to see a second?
these championship points, they count, and it also provides a lot of cricket to all the nations to be competitive and play at the highest level. This being the first tour for Ireland team to come to Pakistan is going to be an experience. And I'm pretty sure this is the first outing. That's the single, that's the 100. Sidra Amin gets her third 100 in ODIs. And the first Pakistani to get 300. So that's a landmark that she's achieved and she'll remember for a while.
And she jumps for joy, kisses the badge, a beautiful moment for her. There hasn't been a huge number of centuries for Pakistan in women's international cricket. 2 for Javeria Khan, now 3 for Sidra Amin, 1 for Naida Beatty. And they've been joined by her fellow opener today. Special moment, her 3rd century. And that came thanks to that amazing opening partnership, the 6th highest opening stand in all ODIs. Pakistan right on top here.
Yeah, what I've liked about this opening partnership, which went on for a longest time, is the way they've accelerated through the various stages of the game or various stages of the innings. Probably take a second look on that. Still just dips and stays under waist. That's the end of the over. 36 gone. It's 223 for 1. Just coming back to the point that I was saying, they scored 49 in the first 10 overs. Then they took the score to 120 at the end of 20 overs. They accelerated, got 71 more in the next 10. And since then, they've been changing and shifting those gears consistently.
This was the moment of the 100. You just see in the very top left of your screen a jump for joy, wasn't there? And big hugs from Leah Riaz for her opening batter. And a kiss of the turf like Shivnarine Chanderpaul used to famously do. Love to see that.
There's more runs here. Square of the wicket. Lots of runs have been scored today. Slightly short and just carrying on from that 100. Would love to see her bat more. It's just that hunger that you need. Don't give your wicket away after a landmark.
I think the big frustration for the Irish camp today is just going to be their inconsistency. It's a very good batting surface here. It really is. They won't be pleased with their erratic lines and lengths. And that's even their most experienced bowlers, even Emma Richardson. But they bowled too short at times, too full at times. That inconsistency hasn't helped them in Pakistan. They've really exploited that and capitalised upon it. And as a consequence, I think anything shy of 300 here, they're going to be very disappointed with.
Well, they should get there. 9 wickets in hand. And just coming back to your point about the Ireland team, it's their first outing, so they'll gauge a lot of things when they get back and put their heads together after the end of the first game, irrespective of the result. They'll have a better outing in the next game in terms of the lengths that work here. Even we saw with the newish ball, the keeper was standing a little away from the stumps and then only realized the ball won't carry. So different conditions, and of course how the bowlers have bowled. The new ball was used very well. There was swing in both directions and wasn't really easy, especially for Sidra. But this, you see that off in the first 10 overs or so with the 2 new balls. Once you get rid of that phase, that's a wide signal by Afridi, then you find yourself in a good zone. And this Kookaburra usually stops doing things for you after that 10, 12, 15 over mark.
Certainly turn on offer there for Cara Murray. As a former leg spinner, I thought that was a little harsh. And she's shown what she can do, the wrist spinner, getting the ball to turn quite sharply on a surface that doesn't tend to take a huge amount of turn. We've seen the finger spinners just skid it on at best. But certainly the lines, the lengths and the consistencies for the Irish bowlers is going to have to improve throughout both this ODI series and the T20 I series that will follow. The reverse hit comes out, nicely played. She's completely changed her stance, hasn't she? Going to get 4 behind square on the offside. Clever exploitation of the field, and the Pakistan runs continue to flow.
Yeah, it's just that flight. The ball stays in the air, allows that much time for the batter to decide if it's outside the line or the stumps, then she can fancy those shots. And she's played that to perfection, found the gap. It's got a bit of timing, power into that shot as well.
was almost more of a switch hit, wasn't it, rather than a reverse sweep. The stance changed fully, and with only 4 fielders on the offside, certainly that's a really good option, isn't it, for the right-hander. The developments in the modern game, you see it obviously used in the T20 format a lot, but the switch hit comes out in the ODIs here. I think Pakistan are going to look for boundary after boundary. 13 overs remain after this ball.
As the end of the over with a couple of runs added to the total, it's 237 for 1.
Stand by for the bowling card meeting. Animate. यार ये machine
8 bowlers used for Ireland, and as you see there, some economy rates well north of run a ball. The real difficulties for Leopold, those 2 overs of left arm spin, very, very costly. The first over going for 20. I think it'll be Emma Richardson to continue. She's taken the only wicket so far. And the only way Ireland will really stem the run rate, Sikander, is to continue to take wickets. They've only picked up 1 in 37 overs thus far. Can they start to make some inroads into this Pakistan middle order?
Well, they should. They're bound to, because you see that Ali Riaz has been pushed up in the order, so clearly if there's anyone in the Pakistan batters who can clear the field, it's her. And that will also create opportunities. But what form she is in, Sidra Amin, recent times, great 2022. She's the only one to get 300s in ODIs, and she's got those 300s in the last 11 outings. And her average has also strengthened. She's got 42 in the year 2022. That's double of what her career average is. So she's sort of graduated, and she's earned that opening slot in the Pakistan side.
Good, Caesar. That's lovely, Richo. That's delicious, Richo.
100s certainly always help your average, don't they? Stuff of dreams for all opening batters. She's made that opening slot her own, like you said. But with the wicket, even though we see the misfield here, which is going to allow a single, that was a simple misfield. That should have been stopped by Cara Murray. As soon as you pick up wickets, the new batter usually takes a little while to get going. That'll give Ireland some hope. But their fielding and their bowling for me today, it's been off the standards that they would expect.
replay out.
He just gets some bat onto it at the last moment. Just trying to just get outside the line of the ball and to play that over fine leg.
There's real fortune here for Sidra Amin, because I think if she doesn't get bat on this, she's going to be trapped right in front. And it's ended up looping up off a top edge, going over the head of the keeper, Mary Waldron. And just a little bit of fortune there. Richardson causing problems.
As a catch, it was a call, but just clearing that 30-yard circle for a boundary. 4 more added to the total, 4 more to Sidra Amin.
Keep on in your lengths.
Oh, what a day out Sidra Amin is having here. Looks absolutely immaculate. To the pitch of the ball, takes on the mid-off fielder and gets enough of it to get it over the head of Arlene Kelly, who's up in the circle, and that's again great exploitation of the field. Finding the gap, she's going to change her angle, going to come around the wicket now, and that's directly because of that previous stroke.
That's 4 more. Oh no, it's been cut off. That's well done. Good ground covered in the deep. Just a single to end the over. It's 246 for 1. Just coming back to how the Irish have used 8 bowlers, and you see, apart from the medium pacers, the spinners or some of the medium pacers have been trying to give more air to the ball, and that flight has allowed these 2 openers to actually decide. We've seen some medium pacers being played square of the wicket, almost sweeping as if they were spinners. You just get that feeling when the ball is just flighted so much above the eye line, it's just allowing too much time for the batters to get into good positions. If they probably, just like that, opt for a flatter trajectory. That's just cleared that fielder. And a couple of runs added. Just probably go for a bit of a flatter trajectory. And the ball just goes quicker through the surface. And probably fancy their chances. If one ploy is not working, then maybe the other.
I think the big problem is being outside of Laura Delaney here, who's nearly picked up the second wicket. Gabby Lewis just couldn't quite judge the flight of that. It got over her head. Outside of Laura Delaney and probably that opening spell from Arlene Kelly, none of the Irish bowlers have bowled 4, 5, 6 balls in an over in the same area and have hit their areas consistently. And that's a rarity for Ireland. Usually they're pretty disciplined as a bowling attack. They're always going to take a little bit of time to adjust to these foreign conditions here. But I think Ed Joyce and the coaching staff are going to be very frustrated. That's a look at the field. 2 in the deep on the leg side, 2 in the deep on the off. That will go out to one of them. But Delaney has probably shown her side the way. You just need to do the basics right on this surface. And her bowlers have let her down a little bit so far in this opening ODI.
That's a way to kill time.
Well, they say practice what you preach. That's the S&C coach, Greg Hollands. So he doesn't just get his team into shape, he gets into shape himself watching the cricket.
Yeah, that's quite important. If you're offering something, teaching something to a particular individual, make sure that you've got a taste of it as well.
I also think Ireland's fielding has just been a little bit off. There hasn't been anything really poor as this one's swept away. It's going to run for 4. I think it's pierced the gap. But there's been lots of little moments of just slightly tardy fielding. And right now, Pakistan, they've gone past 250. They're on for a mammoth total here, Sikander.
Yeah, the projected just a while ago showed that they can easily get to 325 if they keep batting like this at around 6.5 runs and over. And that should be a very good total. Yeah, coming back, good point made by you. I was just thinking, should I say it or not? But this is not the Ireland feeling that we know. When you talk about back home, that you are pretty much used to those outfields and you throw yourself around. Here, they've just not been able to give that 100%.
It's been a culture of the game in Ireland, hasn't it? Always compete with your fielding. We get to the end of the 39th. It's 255 for 1. In fact, there's one to come. I think the umpires just had a good look at each other. They said over and they said no. We'll tease the guys up in the box. But yeah, the culture of the game in Ireland is that we may not have the express fast bowlers or the massive big hitters that come so naturally to the bigger test nations. As we see a dead ball signalled. Don't think the batter was quite ready. But we should be able to compete with our fielding. And that is something we've done historically in the men's game, the women's game, but just today, just a little bit off their usual standards, their usual levels.
Single to end the over, 39 gone. It's 256 for 1.
And for Ireland, there are going to be progressions and learnings throughout this tour. I don't think this is what they expected to start things. They'll have known they're coming up against a power-packed Pakistan batting lineup. But 256 for 1 after 39. Look at Amin's progression like you were talking about. This now her career best. Her 3rd century in the history of her ODI career. That average, close to 50 in recent times.
And all 300s in the last 11 outings. That's the key. How she's progressed as a batter. How she's finding herself in such comfort because she knows that she's got the talent. She's got those runs available. So she's just getting better and better from 123 to now. This score being her best. That's a big shot. That's what she's been sent for. Is there an opportunity? No, that's been cleared. As I said, if anyone can clear this boundary, that's Alia.
And this is why Ali Riaz is up the order. At number 3, what a strike. She holds her bat very high at the top of the handle, which gives her extra long levers, doesn't it? You can see those long levers used to good effect. Gets more than enough of it to get it over the head of the deep mid-wicket fielder. Big blow for 6.
Yeah, she's taken 10 good deliveries to just assess the conditions, and she gets a 6 and a boundary now.
Well, back-to-back boundaries. First one through the leg side showing her power, and this one showing her class. Cut away very deep in the crease. Again, one of the trademarks you tend to see in the women's game. They'll go without anyone behind square on the offside or without a short fine leg. The off spinner's chosen to go without that short third position, and in fact now she's saying no, I need to fill that gap. So we may see a sweep shot come out, and Aaliyah Riaz is toying with the Irish field and toying with Emma Richardson right now.
Lovely cricket. Cricket the winner. Beautiful.
That's not a bad idea after being hit for a 6. Just bowling in the stumps is a bit tough then, so if you want to make her play on the cut, may as well have 2 fielders behind the square on the offside. Just makes it a little more difficult for the batter to pierce that gap. Just to make the batters do an extra bit. Try to get them out of their comfort zone. Not to just go through your overs fast and quick. Which is why what we see Emma doing now is she's just moving the field according to the batters. Now long off has been pushed back and coming round the wicket to the right hand, and there. Improvisation, that's a good stop. She got a hand to it. She's taken the pace off the ball. It's still come back for 2.
And what Amin has done so brilliantly since she got to that landmark, look at the acceleration. She was going about to run a ball and she's flown by that, and every delivery she's sizing up which part of the field she wants to target. There she was looking for the deep square leg region, so she's walked across her stumps and worked it back across into the leg side. Ireland are feeling the pressure in a big way thanks to the class of Sidra Amin, the power of Aaliyah Riaz. There's been 5, 6, 7 changes to the fielding positions in this over. Now mid-wicket comes out of place, 2 fielders behind square on the leg side there, you can see them. Real problems for Ireland here.
End of another over, 40 gone, it's 270 for 1.
From 30 to 40. 82 runs in the last 10 overs. You can see all those building blocks building up. The only reason they don't look higher was because of that massive over where 20 runs were hit from Leopold earlier in the innings. And with 10 to go, Sikandar, or Pakistan thinking of 350 maybe?
They should. I'm just looking at their progress. Now they got 26 boundaries and 2 sixes in this innings, but what's more impressive is the 92 singles. The strike rotation has been brilliant. And their progress has only increased. Only the over 21 to 30 was the one which had 66. Otherwise, they've been doing well. Over number 11 to 20, they got 71. And now, as you mentioned, in over number 30 and 40, they've got 82 added to the total.
And I was talking earlier with Marina Iqbal about the progression that Ireland are going to show throughout this series. The problem is Pakistan themselves are getting better and better the more frequently they're playing. They've a great exposure in recent times, with more internationals than ever before since we've returned after that break with the COVID pandemic, and with a T20 World Cup to look forward to in February. I think this is a very exciting Pakistani side that could maybe put in their best performance at an ICC global event. Full of talent, full of dynamism, got all that experience too of Bisma Maharouf and Nida Dar. It's an exciting time for the women's game in Pakistan.
Yeah, more opportunities, more outings at the highest level will only make you better. Play against better teams makes your game go better. And this particular series, the ODIs and T20s, will also enhance individual games on either side. There once again, getting outside the line of the ball. That's just been talking about, Andrea. Too much time available to the batter. The ball is so slow through the air. You see how easily she just gets outside the line of the ball and plays it behind the square on the onside.
Phenomenal acceleration from Sidra Amin. She is toying with all of the different fielding positions. Again, look at that 2, 3, 4 steps outside the off stump. And she says there's no one behind square on the leg side. And again, it's another fielding change. Ireland are being posed such questions here. Deep backward square leg goes out. And that means 3 fielders now in the deep on the leg side. And where will Sidra Amin go next? Don't rule out another switch hit here, Sikander.
And meanwhile, Sidra Amin now becomes the only Pakistan batter to have a highest individual score. It's got 134 now. She just crossed her teammate, Javeria, who her best was 133.
Yet another change in the field, and I think this is showing the confusion that's been sparked by the brilliance of Sidra Amin here, the way she's walked around the crease. So now long off goes out and mid-wicket comes up into the circle, but remarkably there's 5 fielders. There's almost 2 mid-wickets in the circle. So she's going to go down the ground to long on, just pick up a single, falls well short. Ireland, they look a bit frazzled.
They can still find their way back in the last 10 overs or so, 9 overs after this, to get wickets going, especially try to find inroads from Alia's end, because she'll try and hit you, and that will create the opportunities available. That's another over. We got 41 overs bowled, and the score now is 279 for 1.
Yeah, some very concerned faces in the Irish dugout. There's Ed Joyce, Irish women's head coach. Team manager Beth Healy standing there in the sunglasses, and certainly this hasn't gone the way Ireland would have wanted it to. And that's thanks to the brilliance of Muniba Ali and Sidra Amin, Centurions, twin Centurions at the top of the order. And now a nice little cameo from Aliyah Riaz. We were talking about 350. Ireland may do well to restrict Pakistan to 350 from here. And in the history of women's one-day international cricket, Ireland have only scored over 300 just 3 times. But the good news for Irish fans, 2 of those times have come in the last year, once against Zimbabwe, once against the Netherlands. Here comes the returning Jane Maguire. The bowl, she starts with a dot. She's been good today, one of the more economical Irish bowlers.
Good reactions there, Richo. Good reactions.
Pakistan approaching another landmark here as their highest score in ODIs. Previous highest is 280 against Ireland. And this time around, with that single, they will equal that. Oh, a misfield, and that's it, 281. So that's Pakistan's highest ever against any side, beating previous best 280 against Ireland.
And there's much more to come as well, isn't there? I think they're not just going to go past 300. I think they're thinking of north of 350. What a sensational start to the series. Pakistan will have known that Ireland possess that underdog threat. They're being beaten out of sight. Mix-up could bring about the second wicket. Direct hit, I think, would have been gone, Sikander.
Yeah, direct hit would have been curtains for Alia Riaz. Not very happy. And that is the reason why, because the ball has been hit behind her. She is totally dependent on that call from Sidra. And Sidra aborted at the last moment. Yep, she was gone. Probably the bowler could have been a little closer to the stumps to grab it. And nevertheless, Alia survives.
Swept away, going to be swept away for 4. There's no one at fine leg. We often see this in the women's game. They leave one of those 2 areas open, whether it's behind square on the off or leg side. No one at fine leg. Again, look at the exploitation of the field over the last 23 deliveries from Sidra Amin. She's rocketed to 141. This is batting of the highest quality.
Also, you just get that feeling that the bowlers and the captain aren't on the same page. Bowling something down the leg side, you got no fine leg, you're looking for trouble. So you've got to understand, you tell your captain what you're planning to bowl in an over. And you get those fielders in place.
Brilliant, Jamie. Brilliant, Jamie.
Yeah, not just the highest team score, but also now, as you said, the highest individual score. Sidra Amin hunting down 150 plus. Who knows where she could go in the last 8 overs if she stays in. Her acceleration late in this innings has been the most impressive part about it for me. Even though this will just be a single into the offside, it could be a very high scoring final 8 coming up. With a change in commentary now, 42 gone. It's 286 for 1.
And where would you all go in the middle? Am I in
Highest totals by Pakistan women in ODIs. Ireland has certainly been the favourite opposition. What we're witnessing today, we actually witnessed at 286 among Muniba and Sidra Amin. Sidra still out in the middle. Joined by Alia, who's been promoted up the order. It's a really good start, Shah Faisal, for Pakistan.
Excellent. This is a record-breaking innings so far, and it's not finished yet.
That's a wild swing. Probably will safely land. Sidra Amin is trying to accelerate. They are definitely eyeing that 350 mark.
Yeah, definitely. Sidra Amin has accelerated after her 100. This time it falls in no man's land. Yeah, but she got to 100 of 101 deliveries, and look at that strike rate after that.
Oh, that's true. More runs coming off Alia's pad. And that's 4 runs. Runs flow has never been stopped. Ireland struggled a lot. Another boundary to Alia's name.
Though you may say Alia hasn't hit her top gear just yet. Once again got lucky on that occasion. She's searching for that form. He's a very, very clean striker of the ball normally. But this outing will do her a world of good.
It's flashing hard. Arlene has struggled to find some consistency in terms of line and length. Pakistan batters are on roll, attacking each and every bowler. Two dot balls.
Little bit of shape in the air. That tail back in. Alia was looking to free her arms. That ball just tailed in at the last minute. Point of interest, Sidra Amin, she's already broken the record of highest individual for Pakistani. Could she get up to 200? Could she do it?
Quick run. The fielder was almost at the end of the 30-yard circle. Full toss. I think was dealt nicely by Alia. Should have gone a bit harder. They need runs. They need to put up a good ending partnership.
Alia seems to be just a little bit late on the ball. That can happen when you're not in your best batting rhythm. She's missed out on quite a few full tosses that she normally would have dispatched.
That's aerial but safe. Got protection down the cover. And probably trying too hard to go after the ball, especially the loose ones. 43 overs gone, Pakistan 293 for 1.
What is it? Gum hot?
Assalamu alaikum.
No. How do you say hot?
Hot, Garmi. Garmi.
Put,
Winter, cold.
No, too much.
Too much.
I'll never remember that.
I'll give you 2-3 words today. Next time, more.
Qazafi Stadium is witnessing a historic tour of Ireland to Pakistan. Ireland visiting any sporting team from Ireland is visiting first time. It's been a great series, good start to the series rather. Pakistan dominating so far this innings. Jane Maguire. No run there, but good fielding.
Very good, John.
Jane Maguire has bowled 6 very good overs. She bowled 4 in the first spell and then the 2. She would need that support in the field.
Lovely, Johnny. That's great.
Down to ground for single. Moves on to 145. Superb inning so far by Sidra Amin. She took her time, but built up the momentum. Just 5 short now of 150 mark.
Keep going, Dels.
The flow of her innings has been incredible. The way she accelerated after the first 50 and the way she accelerated after the 100, incredible.
Just couldn't find that timing. Alia. She's been promoted up the order to accelerate and as well as to find some good form moving forward in this series.
Yeah, at her very best, Alia's got a very, very good bat flow, the back lift and the timing that she gets from that. It seems out of sync. So once again, she was coming hard. She was looking for that wind up. The length wasn't there. Look at her face. She's intense. She knows that she's struggling. There's plenty of time there. Pakistan is in a good position. And Alia should not panic. Just take it deep and see if she can find that rhythm during this innings.
Jamie, that's brilliant, Jamie.
It's good bowling from Jane, keeping the line tight within the stumps, giving nothing away to Alia. Usually what she does when the pace is not offered, she comes down the track and goes straight. That has been her strength. But I haven't seen her doing that, obviously because she's lacking on form. But again, the intention has to be there. It's an opportunity for her to find her form back. This time she goes straight down the ground. Has she find, oh, just falling short. I think it could have been a better effort from the fielder, but she survives.
But also, Marina, the point you were making about Alia being not sure about herself. Once again, that ball was there for the taking. She just cluffed it, opened the face of the bat. And that could have been better. Such has been the day for the Irish girls in the field. They haven't been at their best form. 44 gone, 295 for 1.
Arlene Kelly to continue. It's pitched up, but again, just a single for Alia. No big shots so far.
See, the bat swing is better when that ball is that full. But the problem with that length is that she can't get the elevation. And when the ball is on a good length, she's not able to commit to the shot. That use of the feet that you were talking about, that will take her closer to the ball. She hasn't got that confidence just yet.
Double-minded probably. Sidra Amin on 145 from 129 has been one hell of a innings from her. She has improved her game plan and her stroke play over a period of few months, settling in as an opener for Pakistan team, being very consistent. It's way outside off. You'll have to bowl that again.
You talk about Sidra Amin, what an incredible knock this has been. She's really put the Irish girls under pressure. And this innings has really tested their character as well and their skills.
That's through Arlene and will reach the boundary. It's timed perfectly down the ground by Sidra Amin. 300 up for Pakistan. For the first time, it's the highest total for them against Ireland coming.
She split the gap beautifully. Once again, that fuller length. Arlene has been trying for that. Just clear the front leg and just flat batted it.
There it is. 150 for Sidra Amin. Exceptional batting. And she's been in a sublime form and she's getting better and better every day moving forward. You can see the smile, you can see the clapping, and you can feel how jubilant Sidra Amin is. It means a lot to her. There's been one significant innings from her.
She leapt in the air for joy. This is an outstanding knock from Sidra Amin. Richly deserves the applause. We'll look for two now. Roll on the double 100, Marina.
Definitely should be eyeing that. When you see her process, you see her journey. As I've done that, Sidra Amin, very hard-working player, no doubt. All she needed was to sort her attitude and amplitude, and she's done that. Shuffling across, it will only be a single. Just eyeing that vacant mid-wicket area. Single to end the over. 45 gone. Pakistan 304 for 1.
That's the moment. She got to the landmark. Just a solid punch down the ground. And a big smile on her face. She's really loving it. She's batted magnificently. Generous round of applause there from the crowd and from her teammates. Like I said, roll on 200. There's still 5 overs to go. Can she get the magical double 100?
She's a fighter, no doubt. Really good fielder. Has worked on her batting, her attitude, her temperament. Has been proving again and again at international avenue. Slog sweep. And won't found the gap. Gabby Lewis there doing a bit of work, but they will gather a couple.
She hurt her knee. Gabby Lewis. She landed heavily on that knee. Sidra Amin was eyeing that part of the ground. Just couldn't get enough power. Gabby covered the ground nicely but fell awkwardly on her knees. She felt the pain immediately.
Let's hope for her sake and for Ireland's sake as well that she's fine. They need her in batting. She's one of the players I am fond of. Has been prolific for Ireland lately. Some treatment being given to her.
This is Sidra Amin. She's very good against Spain. Look at that, the conventional sweep, then the reverse sweep and the switch hit. She's cleared the offside, clearing that front leg. She's really been prolific against the spin. Not really allowing the bowlers to settle, moving around her crease. Once again, look at that, how deep she went inside her crease. Good use of the wrist on that occasion. All variations of the sweep shot. And that's the moment.
Few attributes of her batting. One was running between the wickets. She's very fast. Good judge of a run. And then she anticipated what the bowlers were trying to do and had her plan of her own. Brilliant solid start from the openers. Muniba reaching her 100 but got out. Sidra Amin still out there on 153. Alia Riaz 29 of 25. 306 on board for Pakistan. They've got a few overs left. Should be eyeing that 350.
Definitely 350 is on the card.
Straight down the ground. There's enough vacant space there. We'll settle down for a couple.
You also give credit to Sidra Amin for her fitness. I'm sure she may be tiring now. She's been there since the start. That power and timing seems to slightly elude her in the last 15 minutes or so. Pretty warm now, and she's looks like getting tired.
No run there. She likes to do that, shuffling across, eyeing that vacant area into the leg side behind square.
Talking about her fitness, when we saw her score that 100 against Sri Lanka, it was extremely hot there. Conditions are not as hot here. She's really very, very fit cricketer though.
This time just chipped it, but safe for Sidra Amin's sake. Running hard for the second one. That reflects how fit she is. One of the fittest in Pakistan side, no doubt about it.
She more evidence of her fitness. How hard she ran for that first run. She's breathing a bit heavy now, but she was really pushing.
Great skills from you here, Jam.
And look, in this over alone, she's run 3 2s. She's prepared to do the hard yard despite being on 157. Once again, Clough. The timing that I was talking about, that has eluded her for sure. She's trying too hard. Probably she's trying to hit them too hard, and it's only you need to do that just to lose that timing that she had all innings long.
That's the over. Dot to ended by Jane Maguire. 46 overs gone, Pakistan 311 for 1. Safi Stadium in Lahore. It's a beautiful ground, and we're witnessing an historic series, highest total by Pakistan women. It's happening right now, right here. 311, still 4 overs to go.
Pakistan do have a liking for the Irish bowling attack over the years. This is in the air and away from the fielder, and I think it's gone all the way. Very sportingly, the fielder at long off, she did signal a 6, and Sidra Amin continues to blossom.
Has been impressive, Sidra Amin. This time straight down the ground, more safe. Found a good connection. She was struggling in the previous over to find the boundary, but this time effortlessly managed to bag maximum here. Moves on to 164. A lot of shuffling happening there. Just a single. And probably she do realize that Alia is struggling a little bit, so she has to take upon herself to hit those boundaries if they want to reach that 350 mark. Full toss. Has he got enough? No, she hasn't. That's a brilliant catch in the deep. It took a while for I think it's Orla, to judge that catch, but in the end, some smile for Arlene. And Alia Riaz, that's the end of her. Gone on 29, couldn't really capitalize that full toss.
Once again, all innings long, she's been searching for that timing. Once again, not finding the middle of the bat. And Ola Prendergast really covered the ground nicely, and very, very good catch from her, dismissing Alia Riaz. She walks back for 29, and Pakistan is now 318 for 2.
ठीक है That's all right. Middle is all right. Right arm all three to come.
So the Fiamps walks in. That's her debut. A big platform set up for her. It's got potential, but obviously it's just the beginning of her career. First delivery, flicked nicely into the leg side. Won't be second available.
It's the last wicket, Alia Riaz. All innings long, she was searching for that timing and it never came, and it was brought to an end with a spectacular catch. Ola Prendergast really leading the way in the field for the Irish.
It's good bowling. Right into the block hole, Arlene Kelly got her first victory, giving away 58, bowling the 9th over.
What a big day for Sadaf. She will remember this for a very long time. On debut, got off the mark on the first delivery.
No run there. It's a full toss outside off stump. Got away with it, Arlene. Dot to end the over, 47 gone. Pakistan 320 for 2.
Very good, Arls. Really good, gal. Very good idea, girls. Keep grinding it. Good job.
Irish looking to fight till the end. 3 overs to go. They'll be really happy to get off the park. Sadaf Shams on debut. I'm going to ask my fellow commentator, Marina. Do you remember your debut, Marina?
Yeah.
I do, and it was against Ireland, in Ireland. It wasn't that good of a debut. Again, this has been a signature shot for Sidra Amin. Just a switch hit. This time Jane just dropping it tad short. Sidra Amin capitalizes on it, moves on to 170.
Pre-planned, but then she executed it very nicely. Got into the position very nice and early. That allowed her the time to pick her spot.
Brilliant, Jane. That's all right, Jane.
Single is available for Sidra
Great
Amin.
result, Jane.
Sadaf Shams, I've seen her in domestic, I've played with her. Belongs to Grenade College, has been working her way up. She's a hard worker, good technical batter. It'll be a good exposure for her in these opportunities in the one days against Ireland at home soil. Obviously a proud moment. Knows the call from Sidra Amin. Sadaf was keen to get that single.
It's very little time for Sadaf to make an impression. She shouldn't think it that way. Pakistan is in a very strong position. Her job at the moment should be just to get the strike back to Sidra.
Jane, that's delicious.
That's good from Sadaf, straight down the ground. Brings Sidra Amin back. She's a fighter. She likes to make an impact whenever she walks out in the middle, Sadaf Shams. And again, these are good opportunities for the youngsters coming into the side, getting those exposure. Low full toss has been dealt, but just for a single. They've got protection in the boundary behind square.
Marathon innings from Sidra Amin. She's on the verge of carrying her batting through the 50 overs. We'll check with our statsman Farhan if this ever happened before in the history of Pakistan ODI cricket.
Brilliant job.
Another single. Pakistan moves on to 328. Sidra Amin on 172. Have a look at that. Sadaf Shams having a word with Sidra Amin.
That is some confidence. I like the brand new helmet.
They both play together for the club, Grenade College that is. So they know each other really well. That gives you an edge, especially when you're on debut, to know someone on the other end. Oh, she's been castled. Not a sort of debut she wanted, Sadaf Shams, but Arlene, she's got her second success now through the defenses of Sadaf Shams, and that brings an end to her debut.
Arlene ended up on the ground. Look at that Yorker. That was just about the perfect delivery. A little bit of tail in at the last minute. And she was yorked. That bat coming down. Couldn't come down in time. And Sadaf Shams, who's looking to give strike back to Sidra Amin, loses her wicket. 3 on debut for her. Pakistan now 328 for 3.
Fatma Sana, the all-rounder, comes back into the squad and now out in the middle to join Sidra Amin. She has huge potential with the bat and ball as well, has already made a lot of impact at international cricket. Missed out Asia Cup because of an injury, but for Pakistan it's a great sign she's back and on the strike. Straight away off the mark, Fatma Sana with the single.
This is good for Marlene. The amount of carnage that has been around, Arlene has really pulled a decent spell. Could have done more with a little bit of help from her fielders. 4 deliveries left in her spell.
Going away to create that room to work into the offside. Sidra Amin missed that.
There is Sadaf on debut. Hit the base of off stump. And Arlene has followed with a couple of other good Yorkers as well. To keep Sidra Amin quiet at this stage is some task.
They will surely have to work really hard when coming out chasing this total. A lot will depend on the captain Laura. Amy Hunter is one to watch. Gabby Lewis for sure. We've got Shauna as well in the middle orders. These are the ones they might bag on. A lot of shuffling happening. It's just a single. They are searching for the boundaries. Fatma and Sidra Amin.
Good length there, not allowing the batter to get underneath and find any elevation. It's been a good over, just 3 runs and a wicket. Arlene definitely is the pick of the bowlers for Ireland. 2 for 61 with 1 to go.
Straight down the ground. The fielder is positioned there. So still drying out. Boundaries, Ireland have been really good. Single to end the over, 49 gone. Pakistan 3-3-2 for 3.
It's my promise because I'm confident past 4 times.
Yeah.
When you go back, you should be learned 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay, yeah. No problem. Easy.
Six legal deliveries to go in this innings. Sidra Amin on strike with 174 against her name. Oh, they're asking the question, but Asif Yaqub is not interested.
Mary's very, very upset, I think. No, she was just complaining to Sidra. Did she get something on it? Very hard to tell from here. But she went instantly. No interest from Jen Maguire. She just turned away. And Asif Yaqub made the call.
Again, that switch hit. 2 dot balls. Probably she would like to target in front of square. That's a more safer area and her strength as well. It's good bowling.
She's trying too hard.
Just a single there. They have been decent, Ireland, in later overs. Good length hitting, Yorkers, slow ones. Field positioning has been better from Laura.
Little grimace there from Sidra Amin, and also she was feeling her back. It has been a marathon knock, so it must have took its toll on her. 175.
That's great skills, Jam. Great skills, Jammy.
No boundaries.
Very
It's
good,
good
Laura.
bowling from Jane Maguire. Fatma Sana again searching and hunting to get something over the line. There's 2 more deliveries to go.
If Arlene Kelly was good, look at Jen Maguire. None for 46. She hasn't got wickets, but economy under 5 under these circumstances, exceptional.
Again, the length not allowing Sidra Amin to get underneath it. Just 3 singles so far of this
Very
over.
good here, Jam.
Final
Great
over of
skills
this
here,
innings.
Jam.
Final delivery to follow.
She finally looks like she's ran
Sydney,
out
your
of
plan here,
steam
John.
now.
Excellent work.
You won't blame her. Final ball.
That's a dot ball. Just backing away, Fatma Sana trying to go into the offside, but never found the connection. That's good finish from Ireland. Jane Maguire just giving 3 in the final over. Pakistan ending on 335, just 3 down. But what a spectacular innings from Sidra Amin. 176 carrying the bat. She took her time, but again she proved her mettle out in the middle.
What an incredible knock. Astonishing knock from Sidra Amin. She's taking the plaudits from Irish girls. Very, very sporting of them. But she'll remember this day for a very long time. Sidra Amin carrying her bat. 176 of just 151 deliveries. We'll double check with Farhan, but I think she's the first Pakistani girl to bat through the 50 overs and carry her bat, besides being the highest individual score as well. And now she's the leading century maker as well with 3 to her name. She holds that record as well.
She definitely is the first Pakistani to carry the bat and deserved all the appreciation. The hard work coming out, paying when it was needed. And that innings and that opening start, especially with Muniba, had put Pakistan in a very dominating. 2 centurions from this lineup, Muniba Ali 107 and Sidra Amin 176 not out. Alia Riaz was sent up the order, ended up getting 29. So the Shamsun debut couldn't really make much of it. Gone on 3 and Fatma Sana on 3 as well.
How often you see 2 centurions at the top of the order, and that 176 incidentally is the 5th highest ever in women's game in ODI cricket. What an achievement. Irish bowlers, 8 of them, most of them struggled. Jane Maguire, none for 47, was very, very good under the circumstances. Arlene Kelly took the wickets, 2 for 62. She also held her nerves towards the end, but the rest, plenty of runs and not many wickets.
It's been a great start to the series for Pakistan. Muniba Ali and Sidra Amin started off well. They took their time. It was a glorious stroke down the ground. Sidra Amin with her conventional drives. Ireland did had few things going on their way initially with the swing, but couldn't really capitalize the conditions. Spinners even struggled to put an end to the run flow. Sidra Amin and Muniba Ali sweeping the spinners. Especially Muniba, she went really hard against them and scored quite a few runs. Big overs coming in, and Pakistan was well set to set a good total on board. The momentum, well, Pakistan never lost it. Some good drives through the gap, slashing into the leg side, that's her strength. Anything slightly short, Muniba Ali punished it. These were the few big sixes. Ireland tried everything to get those first wicket running, but it was all about this opening partnership. Anything loose was put away by these two. Good running between the wicket as well. That helped to set good tone to their innings. And that was Muniba Ali with her century. It was long overdue. Potential was there. She couldn't really execute it when she wanted. Ireland struggled to find any success, and that was the first one. That was Muniba gone. Alia Riaz came to join the party.
Here the boundaries kept flowing all the way. Sidra Amin made sure of that. That was Sidra Amin's moment of glory. And now, Mehak is ready at the far end of the ground, and I think she's got Sidra Amin with her. Over to you, Mehak.
Thank you, Faisal. And I've got with me the moment. What a brilliant performance, great partnership, and just a fantastic knock, scoring 176 runs, which is the highest score made by any Pakistani ever. It's none other than Sidra Amin. Extremely well played. आपकी जो पार्टनरशिप थी मुनीबा अली के साथ, आप लोगों ने अपना प्रीवियस रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिया है, नया रिकॉर्ड बनाया है, जिसमें आप लोगों की हाईएस्ट पार्टनरशिप है फ्रॉम एनीवन इन द पाकिस्तान टीम. तो लगता है कि जैसे आपको सिद्रा के साथ खेलना, ओपनिंग करना और क्रीज पे उनके साथ रहना आपको बहुत अच्छा लगता है.
पहले तो अल्लाह का शुक्र है और थैंक यू जिन्होंने मुझे चांस दिया और मैंने ग्रैब किया. और नो डाउट मुनीबा और मैं काफ़ी देर से पार्टनरशिप कर रहे हैं. सो शी नोज़ माय गेम एंड आई नो माय गेम एज वेल. सो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह कि अच्छा रहा और टीम को भी फ़ायदा हुआ दिया.
अच्छा, अब हम बात करते हैं फॉर्म की. आपके लिए बहुत ही ब्रिलियंट ईयर रह चुका है सो फार. आपकी ये तीसरी सेंचुरी है इस साल में. you're one of the top players to have the most centuries in a calendar year. और आपने जो रन्स भी स्कोर किए हैं just absolutely phenomenal. तो आप अपने परफॉर्मेंस को कैसे रेट करेंगी, सिर्फ इस मैच में नहीं बल्कि जो आपका फॉर्म रह चुका है थ्रू आउट दिस ईयर?
हाँ, पहले तो मैं कहती हूँ कि किसी भी इनिंग के लिए उसका हार्ड वर्क बहुत ज़्यादा पीछे होता है और प्रोसेस में रहना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी होती है. मैच में जब प्रेशर आता है सो एज ए प्लेयर हम जल्दी गिव अप कर देते हैं. सो आई नो माई एबिलिटी के जब मैं बॉल्स थोड़ी ले भी लूँगी तो इंशाल्लाह ताला मैं उसको एट दी एंड कवर कर लूँगी. सो मुझे अपनी स्ट्रेंथ का पता है, सो मैं उसी पे रह के खेलती हूँ. तो दैट्स द मेन थिंग.
मेंटली स्ट्रांग रहती हैं और पेशेंट रहती हैं.
यस, कह सकते हैं.
अच्छा, और अब मैं आपको थोड़ा सा कंडीशंस के बारे में पूछना चाहूँगी. कंडीशंस जो है, बॉल जो इस सरफेस पे एयर कंडीशंस हैं, वो आपको सूट करते हैं? आपको लगता है आपकी बैटिंग को सूट करते हैं?
काफ़ी बड़ा मैं कहती हूँ कि जाने माने ग्राउंड में से एक आता है. सो मुझे बड़ा दिल था कि मैं यहाँ जब भी यहाँ खेलूँ तो अच्छे रन करूँ. और नो डाउट हमारा होम ग्राउंड था. सो आई नो कि विकेट कैसा बिहेव करेगी. शुरू में थोड़े से उनके बॉलर बहुत अच्छी टाइट लाइन पे बॉल कर रहे थे तो रन नहीं निकल रहे थे. सो डॉट भी हो रहे थे, प्रेशर था. लेकिन ये था कि फिर हमने मोमेंटम को कैरी किया, चल के खेलना स्टार्ट किया. तो शुक्र है कि रन आने लगे.
चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर टॉकिंग टू अस. वेरी वेल प्लेड एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर द रेस्ट
Thank
ऑफ
you
द
so much. Thank you.
Now back to the commentary box.
Thank you.
Sidra Amin, the Centurion, has been superb today. This is the target. Ireland will have to do some bit of batting to chase it down, and they're allotted 50 overs. We'll join you for the chase after a while. Stay tuned. Don't go away.
Yeah, welcome back to our coverage of this first ICC Women's Championship One Day International. It is Pakistan versus Ireland, and Pakistan have got this tournament, this series, off to a flyer. 335, record best score for Pakistan women in One Day International cricket. Has started the series in sensational fashion, and Ireland are chasing down a daunting total. And it's going to be Leah Paul alongside Gabby Lewis, two of the stars of the show, with the bat for Ireland, both of whom are in pretty good form as well. We've seen Gabby Lewis and her quality at the top of the order. And there is Leah Paul, the left-hander from the Merrion Cricket Club in Dublin, in South Dublin, opening the batting alongside Gabby Lewis, who remarkably is still just 21 years of age. She's been around for that long. You think it would be a lot longer than that. Still yet to make a century in her career, but this could be the tour to break that record. Daughter of the former Irish captain, Alan Lewis, who I'm sure will be watching on proudly from Dublin in Ireland, and to open the bowling, Fatima Sana will get things going with some right arm medium fast. Andrew Leonard here, and delighted to have Sikander Butt alongside me. And Sikander, we saw fireworks in the first innings. Are we going to see the same from the Irish batters here as they chase down a daunting total with more than a run of ball required? Here comes the first ball. It's a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Andrew. I guess they will have to if they want to keep themselves in the game. But I'll tell you what, I'm just again looking at the scoring pattern of Pakistan. So they were 49 runs in the first 10 overs. So they could have a similar start. The Ireland side could actually take their time, see the new ball off, and once that ball just gets a bit older, then things get a little better for the batters to handle it and play it along the ground and at will, so to speak. And the running between the wickets will be of great importance. So they'll have to keep that scoreboard moving and allow themselves to have those opportunities to get those odd boundaries.
Well, it was the acceleration that was most impressive, wasn't it, from Sidra Amin. She brought up that 100 and 100 balls, and the last 51 went around the ground. 76 runs coming from her last 51. An innings she will never forget. The best in her career, the best in Pakistan women's career. It's led to that record total of 335. And for Ireland, their bowlers, with the exception really of maybe Jane Maguire, Arlene Kelly, and the captain, Laura Delaney, were all off their mark. And it's going to put a lot of pressure on the Irish batters, particularly the very talented Gabby Lewis, who's so important for Ireland at the top of the order. Early in her career, when she was much younger and a little less wise, perhaps, she used to be known as a dasher. She'd get you 25 off 15 deliveries, but then she'd find a way to get out. Great to see the fans in. And it's really noticeable, a lot of young fans too coming here to the Gaddafi Stadium.
Well, if you look internationally around the world, the cricket that has become more popular is the T20 format, and you just get that strong feeling that the players have just molded themselves according to that. This is why you say the quickfire 2025 is just coming from that format. When you come to the 50-over version of the game, you do have enough time, but they still probably want to go on with that approach. Try to use the power play, which is much bigger than the T20s. It's 10 overs. That's a nice looking shot. Slightly short in length and has been pulled away. She's tall and she's just can ride the bounce. This one just dying at the last moment. Has probably not touched the rope. They may have a second look. That's good ground covered.
Well, you will never come closer to finding the boundary than with that stroke. It did everything but kiss the rope. It teased it, get to the end of the first. It's 4 for none. We'll take a look at the replay. Here it is. Look at this. For all money, it looked like it was certain to just get to the rope, but no, just inches. And even though it was only half a stop, it didn't quite get there for a 4. And good knowledge of the laws as well. The Pakistani fielder keeping inside the rope. Lewis loves that pull shot. And what we've seen, really, except for the first 8 or 10 overs this morning, no real lateral movement through the air. So whilst it will be a massive total for Ireland to chase down, they are good batting conditions.
Oh, for sure they are. I'll just give that much leeway to the Irish batters because this is their first outing, so let them have their time just to figure things out. Kainat Imtiaz is now going to share the new ball. In fact, the two new balls in operation, and she'll be bowling from the pavilion end. That's the far end. And that's our stand in the background. That's where we are. Call it that, the FC college end. Just having a bit of a hold up in play because they want the white background is not a very good thing for the batters there.
And we saw the lovely scenes, didn't we, with Kainat Imtiaz of her mother, Salima Imtiaz, umpiring during the Women's Asia Cup. Those images went on social media all around the world. That was lovely to see.
I hope not when she was bowling.
Well, no, that was the whole thing. And it was funny, it was the Pakistani umpires who were there during the semi-final. They didn't know whether to cheer on Pakistan, because if Pakistan won, they wouldn't have got to umpire in the final, but with them coming up just short, it meant that they were in the final. That was played out between Sri Lanka and India. India becoming champions for the 7th time. There's our two standing umpires today. That is Asif Yaqub and Faisal Afridi, the standing umpires, joined by the third umpire today, Imran Javed, and Ali Naqvi, the match referee, rounds out our officials. I think Kainat Imtiaz was probably a little disappointed not to play more during the Women's Asia Cup. I think she only played the one game. Back into action though with the ODI format and the absence of Diana Baig.
That's gone through. That's really not good. That's sloppy. She got right behind the ball and then just let it go through her.
Well, this is classic Gabby Lewis. A conventional, beautiful stroke. Yes, there is a misfield. It should have been stopped, but the power that Lewis possesses is something that isn't that common in the developing nations. Look at that, a beautiful drive. Look at the pace it's hit with. Deceives the fielder, runs away across this quick outfield for 4. That will get Ireland's chase up and running, the first boundary.
I'll have to bowl that again. You're talking about Kainat Imtiaz. Yes, the new ball would be Diana Baig and Fatima Sana. In the absence of Diana, then Kainat gets the opportunity. She can bat a bit as well, lower in the order. So this is her chance to grab all the opportunity that's available. Getting the new ball. Getting a bit of way movement.
And it was just the one appearance at the Women's Asia Cup. One image stuck with me though. Pakistan missed out in the semi-final, devastation. But many of the teams still went to support the final, to support Kainat's mum, who was standing then umpiring in the final. And we saw those lovely images across social media. Brilliant tournament, the Women's Asia Cup. I know Pakistan will have been disappointed not to get to the final, but I think they're progressing very well. Keep your eyes on them in South Africa in February next year. I think they're a dangerous side, a little bit like the men's side. They are a bit unpredictable at points, but they're brilliant to watch.
That's one tag you don't want. That has been consistent, not in recent times, yes. Talking about the men's team. We're coming back to the Asia Cup Women's in Bangladesh. Watching that on television. I still can't figure out how Pakistan lost that match.
It's the old classic scoreboard pressure in a knockout game in competition. Get to the end of the second, it's 10 for none. And there is the record of the home side in home one-day internationals. You might be surprised with that win percentage. I think that will go up in years to come. I think they're getting better and better as a team. And as you know from your career, Sikander, those home conditions, if you know them, you master them, you can use them to your advantage.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the important part. You would automatically expect an home team to have things in control because you know exactly what the pitch play is like, what the conditions are, what you can exploit, what you can't. Even the weather plays a role. And that's the percentage, 39.29. I would expect that to be a little better than that. But now that you say that these championships and these points, and with more cricket happening, more opportunities for all nations to compete at the highest level, that is something important. Should be continued. Just have to find the windows. You only get better when you play more.
And the thing I love about this structure, the ICC Women's Championship from this year 2022 all the way through to 2025, just take a look at Lewis playing and missing outside the off stump. Width was there, but she couldn't make contact. Yes, it will give you the certainty of potentially qualifying for the Women's World Cup. That'll be a real target for Pakistan. The top 5 teams will go automatically through to the 2025 Women's Cricket World Cup. But for a country like Ireland, top 5 might be out of reach. But the exposure, the benefit, the opportunity that they're going to get from playing the best teams in the world, not just on a one-off game, an occasional match that maybe Ireland would have got in years gone by, but now they're getting full tours, full series. And it's the stuff of dreams for all of these young women's cricketers to come to the Gaddafi Stadium to take on some of the best in the world.
Stand by 7. 5 wide long stands, camp 5 long stands. वो जो एक्टिविटी हुई है वो रिकॉर्ड हुई है हम देख.
Again, if I was to open for Ireland, I'm just thinking, this is my first outing out here. How do I approach this huge total? Just probably take a leaf out of what Pakistan did. Forget about the boundaries and a couple of sixes that were hit. It's about their strike rotation. The number of singles that was good. I think more than 100 have been dealt with in only singles. So even if you're trying to push the ball around, make sure that the scoreboard is moving. Nicely done, not by the fielder, but just a single. That's just -1 from what you want.
And I think in addition to that, I know this is much easier said than done, you almost need to just ignore the scoreboard. If you're Gabby Lewis, if you're Leopold here, you need to forget about the fact you're chasing down a record total well in advance of 330. You just need to bat right now. Get used to the conditions. There will be runs on offer. We've seen how quick the outfield is. We've seen if you can beat that infield, you're going to get good reward. Forget about the scoreboard. Bat, bat, bat. And if you can do that, you're going to get some good reward in due course. 3 gone. It's 11 for none.
कौन सा पैकेट हो गया रेडी है. अच्छा रेहान वो पैकेज ना हमारे पास रेडी है. इस ओवर के बाद ना हम ले लेंगे कि देयर इज एन एक्टिविटी ऑफ चिल्ड्रन young girls playing cricket at Kazafi Stadium. So Gabby Lewis, Gabby's Alan's
Yeah, it's the regular opening partnership for Ireland. Gabby Lewis and Leopold, 2 very fine cricketers, and I think to a certain extent Ireland are just going to want to get through this power play without losing wickets and then start to build.
Another wide. Kainat not really happy with that, but yes, it's always a wide because it's just moving further away. We haven't seen that much of a movement that what we saw from the 2 Irish openers with the ball.
यार पाकिस्तान की कैप्टनसी कौन कर रहा है? ज़िया से पूछे. वो तो मेरे ख्याल है वो है ही नहीं फील्ड में.
And certainly you'd have to think that this is an opportunity that Gabby Lewis is going to relish. We've seen her around the world playing in the Women's 100, playing in the Women's Fairbreak International Tournament as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw her in the Women's Big Bash in years to come. She's got a bit of experience down there in Australia as well. And she is one to watch for the future, still just 21.
if she can start off somewhere from that off-stump line, then she'll be in business. Right now, she's a little wide outside the off-stump, and then that ball is moving further away. Just get closer to the stumps and probably just get that line perfect. Because when you talk about that exaggerated move, sideways movement, that will look good. It won't get you wickets. Unless you have that slight movement to get that outside edge. Get them to get that front foot out and induce that drive.
And I think one of the big advantages that Pakistan have, it's not just the home advantage, the home conditions, but also coming off the back of that Women's Asia Cup. And then straight into a camp at home, sort of probables v possibles, wasn't it? With lots of good cricket in these conditions here. Ireland have never played here. Never played in Pakistan. It's the first sporting team of any kind to tour here. That's how historic this tour is. So they did get in a few days early. They got extra training sessions. But no amount of training will replicate match practice out in the middle.
That's an edge. They're going hard at it, so gets that thick outside edge. It's well stopped. And they come back for 2. They talk about they've never played in Pakistan. What's the closest to subcontinent conditions that they would have played?
All Irish teams play an awful lot in the Middle East, whether that be in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Sharjah or Oman. And the women just fresh off qualifying for the Women's T20 World Cup there in UAE. Good work in the deep. The dive has to come out to save the boundary. But I think every country's unique, isn't it? This will be signalled as a wide outside the off stump, and not a great piece of keeping will allow 2 runs, freebies to the total. But from my experience, this is my first time to Pakistan. Even within India or within Bangladesh or Sri Lanka, all of the conditions are subtly different. So we've seen here, we're probably only going to get movement for 6 or 8 overs. There's no extreme bounce on offer. So not very sharp turn either. So I suspect if you can get in here and get used to those conditions, you should be able to cash in as a batter.
Oh, that would be, of course, exactly the thing that you just said. If you allow yourself that much time in the first 10 overs, 15 overs, it's about the new ball, seeing that off. You are in business as a batter. This pitch will allow you to, have value for your shots. And of course, with the quick outfield, so runs are available. 4 gone, it's 16 for none.
Yeah, and I think to build on that, that's why I was saying, Sikander, just forget about the scoreboard in this chase. Obviously, you always want to win every game you play. But chasing down this mammoth total, I think the best thing the Irish batters would be served by right now is not thinking about how they're going to score the 336 runs to pull off a phenomenal upset. It's more about how much can we progress and benefit from time in the middle. How can Gabby Lewis and Leah Paul get a 50 partnership together, then get that 50 partnership to 100, and then start to think of how you chase down the total. The longer Gabby Lewis bats out here, the better she'll get.
कितनी देर है उसकी ड्यूरेशन कितनी है 35 सेकंड यार ज़िया से पूछना रेहान आप बिस्मा मारूफ तो फील्ड में नहीं है कैप्टनसी कौन कर
Fatma Sana, she's got a wonderful story. We'll talk about that after this delivery.
बोले बोले आप बोले आप बोले
White ball.
There's a white ball again. I thought that was touch and go. Fatma Sana, I mean, it's a wonderful story. She, of course, as you would be aware, ICC Emerging Player of the Year. She came in as a net bowler out of nowhere when the West Indies had visited Pakistan. And the next time West Indies visited, she was playing for Pakistan and caused a lot of worry to the West Indies, I remember. And then there's been no looking back from there. It's just that sometimes you find such a talent. She's quick, and she's worked on herself, even physically. I mean, she was very, very young when she came, but now as a fast bowler, she's developed those muscles. You can see.
Yeah, and she ended up there at the women's CPL as well, didn't she? That's that connection with Caribbean game. I think she's got a strong action. I think you're spot on. She's also just generating a little bit of late movement, which is the kind of movement you want as a seam bowler. And also dibbling a bit both ways.
It's well fielded, good looking shot. And also about her, I mean, there's nothing fussy about her. Her action, the run up, everything is smooth. Everything is just perfect.
Cam 4, इसका action और run up रखना. Stand over 5 रखे bowler.
A very measured approach to the crease. You always want to get through the middle of the crease if you can, whether you're a spinner or a seamer, towards the top of off stump. She does that really nicely. Looks like a repeatable action to me, something that isn't going to break down too often. And like you said, she's got stronger within her bowling as well.
Oh, lovely delivery.
It's just borderline there. But the idea is right. Trying to bring that slip into play. Just get a little closer. Because right now you're making the batter's outstretch. And if she touches from there on, that will never go to the first leg.
Brilliant moments just after the play and miss there from Leopold going down. Here's another look at the action. Conventional grip down the seam. But look at how late the movement comes here. So Lewis will have felt this was angling into her, and then it goes away. And she didn't really learn her lesson because the slip was in, but it skews away past what would have been, what, a third slip, something like that. She's going to get 4, but it's very fortuitous for Gabby Lewis.
Yeah, that's what I exactly just said, that if you're going to bowl that far outside the off stump, outstretched batter, your first slip will never come into play. That would go somewhere flying through second or third even. There you go. That would have been probably down the throat of the third slip.
And with that late movement, you might think that one slip in a gully is actually the way to go, particularly with 330 odd on the board. You can afford a few boundaries through the covers. Encourage Lewis to play her favourite stroke.
Solid defense, 5 gone. It's 21 for no loss.
There's an activity, Rehan. Ready. Roll.
So lovely scenes during the interval between the two innings. Young girls from all across Lahore coming in and playing some fun cricket. This is scenes that you love to see. It's not just about the stars on the field, it's about inspiring the next generation. And it seems like everything the PCB are doing in recent times is working. It's growing the game massively. And we've seen the announcement of a women's franchise league. It'll start next year. And lovely to see them in and enjoying their time on the outfield of the Gaddafi Stadium.
This fun and learning activity started off not so long ago. We had the Pakistan Junior League over here, and during the innings break you'd have the mentors, Shahid Afridi or Viv Richards or Imran Tahir or Colin Munro playing with these kids. So like a mini game, and of course a huge learning activity with Sana Mir, who's part of the commentary team. So it's you probably see the future cricketers out there who are actually standing at the boundary lines. Great moment for them to learn in that short span of time from great cricketers who've seen the highest level.
Yeah, beauty there from Kainat Imtiaz beats Leopold outside the off stump. I think you're spot on, and we've seen great examples of that in previous years. Here's the movement again. Definitely after a errant first couple of overs from the two Pakistani seamers, they're now starting to hit their straps, starting to hit the areas they're targeting. All about the future, and big smiles from the future stars backing their girls.
She's having better opportunity, Kainat Imtiaz, coming round the wicket, as you said, that angle into the left-hander. It just works for her because she's getting that movement into the left-hander. With that right-hander on strike, she just needs to get a little closer probably, and you'll see that that away movement would help.
Nicely driven down the ground. Will just be a single. Ireland's preparation for this series definitely depended upon that diet, primarily of the T20 internationals in the UAE during the qualifier, but also 3 ODIs at the end of August against the Netherlands. And in that series, Paul made her career best, 137. That was in Amstelveen. Ireland beating the Netherlands 3-0 in that ODI series. As this one's heaved into the deep, and oh, it's carried. And Gabby Lewis has got out to a delivery she cannot believe she's picked out. Deep fine leg. It was the ball that could have been hit anywhere into the leg side. It's come off a top edge, and Lewis has found a way to get out for 15.
Yeah, you could tell by Kainan's sheepish smile, she knew that was a horrible delivery to be bowled, and that could have been put away anywhere. But it's gone straight into the hands of Ghulam Fatma. And yeah, the nod of the head, you can just see Gabby Lewis is pretty disappointed with that 15 of 27. Ireland 22 for 1.
स्टार्ट हम लोग अभी हम लोग प्रोड्यूस नहीं कर रहे, ठीक है? हम अभी फेडर डाउन करवाएं अदनान भाई, हम लोग सीसी को चेंज कर रहे हैं. अच्छा, सीसी सारे फेडर डाउन करें सारे. पूछ रहा हूं आपसे, आप देखिए. मैंने तो देखी नहीं. क्या मारा था उस गैबी से पूछो क्या मारा था. मैंने बस कैच देखा था, मुझे लगता है उसने ये मारा था. अभी फुल टॉस से या वो थी ये नहीं पता. उनका आ जाओ बे. सर दर्द हो रहा है. की आवाज आ रही है?
Better? Please up your tight your back pad slip here. Thank you. That's middle. That's middle.
The future. Keep your eyes on her. She made her international debut at just 15.
Lazy check.
17 years of age now, Hunter, and I know Ed Joyce in particular thinks the world of her. Precociously talented, and certainly one to watch for the future. 100 and 150 in her career. She strikes the ball very hard for a teenager.
Better? Going down for you.
Replay out.
ऊपर जाएगा.
Commentators की audio on है नहीं आ रही.
That is an absolute beauty, isn't it? Exactly what you want as an in-swing bowler, coming around the wicket to the left-hander, shaping it back in. Look at where this starts. Starts right out around maybe a 5th or 6th stump, but it moves in swiftly to cut Leopold in half. The middle stump is rocked back. Paul's gone for 2. Ireland's chase in big trouble early. It's 24 for 2.
Lows graphics, stand by 5. कहाँ जा रहे हैं 6 में? यार ज़िया आपको बताता नहीं है? इसका नाम है रेडी. हाँ वो इस फोटो ले लो एनिमेट.
The Irish skipper to the crease, Laura Delaney, in at number 4. She's in much earlier than she would have liked, as both openers are now back in the hutch. Gabby Lewis conspired to find a way to get herself out, caught down at fine leg, and now Leopold has been castled by a beauty. It brings the Leinster Cricket Club all-rounder to the crease, the captain of Ireland, Laura Delaney, in at number 4. And for Ireland right now, it's a big mental game, isn't it? You've got 330 odd on the board, you've lost your 2 openers. It's a massive uphill task from here.
Let's see the wicket. Roll. Have a look at the wicket. Wicket. Reverse. कोई ऑडियो नहीं. वो आवाज नहीं. मॉम्स की ऑडियो नहीं आ रही. स्टैंड बाय 5. ये क्या मसले है यार? क्या हुआ? यार क्या है यार? मॉम्स की ऑडियो नहीं जा रही. यार क्या कर रहे हैं?
And I think certainly what we're seeing as well is the additional skills that Pakistan seamers have in these conditions. Outside of the first 5 or 6 overs for Ireland, there was no real movement after that. But now, in the 7th over, we're seeing significant inward movement to the left-handers away from the right-handers. Great to see the young fans in. It tends to be a very young demographic that's enjoying the action here. But Ireland are in huge trouble right now. That'll close out the 7th over. Ireland 25 for 2.
Stand by 5 here.
Yes, it's change of pumps, please. Change of pumps. Thank you, guys. नहीं वो अभी शुरू हुआ.
Bowling guard देना है. Animate bowling guard PT. No, it's not.
जी?
Thank you.
Loose graphics.
यार आप मैचेस डाल दो, विकेट्स डाल दो और स्ट्राइक रेट बस 3 कर दो. एंड स्ट्राइक रेट डाल दो. ओके. मैचेस, विकेट्स, स्ट्राइक रेट. ओके ठीक है.
Definitely. I mean, the way Muniba and Sidra started and then they capitalized the foundation provided. They never settle for less and reaching and setting a new total. 2 Centurions, always a great sight to have in the batting lineup. Slight misfield. That's what modern game requires now. So you have to look beyond your comfort zone. Yeah, but most of the part, the 2 openers were very tidy in their approach and stroke play. Hardly, I think, one shy at a run out and one edge falling short of the keeper. That were the 2 you could have, say, potential possibilities for Ireland to grab, but otherwise they were very calculated and accelerated on the right time.
Probably was the disappointing part for Ireland. Both sides that really gave that momentum to Pakistan that was required, and they've just posted this king side total 335. That's just amazing effort, and now they're doing it with ball also. A couple of early wickets. That's what you want to see.
And now it's the bowler's job. And they should restrict them according to their strength. Don't let Ireland get away with any freedom. They've got a decent bowling lineup as well. Well, I think where Ireland lacked was probably the planning against certain batters. With Muniba, we saw that they actually bowled her on her strength. And even that was the case with Sidra Amin, pitching it up. She loves to drive. Muniba, anything shy on a short length, she loves to play square of the wickets, and that where probably most of the bowling was done to her.
Ball was in the air for a little while. Irish run down for a boundary. Much needed boundary for Irish girls.
Not that convincing by Amy, but she'll take it. Kainat Imtiaz, probably one of the best fielders. It's never easy in her own follow-through. Was far away, but could have been a better effort from Alia. She's better than that. It was pure timing, raced away to the boundary, straight down the ground. She's one key player, Amy Hunter, sorry, to watch for, just 17 years old.
8 gone, 30 for 2.
That's middle.
Edge. Good work done. Good sprint. Just restricting the batters to 1. These 2 batters, they'll have to learn from Muniba and Sidra. They paced their inning very nicely. Early on, they took their time and then accelerated. Something for Irish to look for.
And the plan should be very simple, to keep rotating the strike, and every now and then they might get an opportunity for that boundary option. Just need to capitalize on that one. Pakistan probably more convincing in the field.
That is where she's so good at, Fatma Sana, right outside the off stump, and that length is the key. We saw in the first inning, Irish bowlers where the 2 full deliveries were bowled. There's a familiar face, Duba Hassan. She's not included, she's not fit. They definitely miss her in the middle. She's enjoying the game.
It's good to see her there, witnessing her team. It's always a pleasure and an honor to play on home soil, but unfortunate for her, she's been superb, but injured at the moment.
Wait.
Well, they lost 1, they got 1 back. Fatma Sana, she was unfit before this series, so they got Fatma Sana back, but unfortunately missed out on Tuba. That can be a huge loss for Pakistan, just for this series, by the way. Probably she will be returning for T20Is.
We'll have to wait for that. But yes, Fatma Sana is back. She's been a very handy prospect for Pakistan with both ball and a bat, and superb fielder as well. Ireland has a daunting task ahead of them. The only time they managed to put up 300 plus was against Netherlands. Early this year it was 337. Laura and Gabby Lewis were the ones with the Centurion start. Another familiar face, in fact two of them. Gulfiroza on the right of your screen and Natalia Perez having some shades on. It's driven straight down the ground, good fielding. Mehani, another good prospect, but she's substitute right now in place of Sizra Amin. These two can bat definitely. Just looking to rotate strike, and every now and then if they can manage to bag a boundary, that can give some momentum to Ireland in this game. Laura, the captain, a very high and unconventional back lift.
A dot to end the over. After 9, it's 32 for 2. Happening from the pitch, just they have to play this normal cricket, look to accelerate towards the end of the inning. Maybe that can be the idea at the moment, because they've lost 2 wickets. They cannot afford to lose more. Caught a wide outside the off stump, trying too hard. Kainat Imtiaz, the ball is swinging, but it's just not working. The line is not quite right.
She's got that slingy action as well. It's getting the movement. It's more about the execution. You start with middle and probably it will end just outside off stump on 4th probably. And that's better, pitched up. Good fielding effort there.
Amy Hunter, the youngest Centurion in international cricket, men or women. She scored her 100 on her birthday, on her 16th birthday against Zimbabwe. That is a fantastic record. Such a great feeling, scoring 100 on your 16th birthday, Marina.
I think that's the best present to oneself.
So she can bat. That's definitely there. The potential is there. At these conditions, they'll probably get used to it. They've been playing it around Pakistan. They played in UAE, Sri Lanka also. But these are different conditions. This is a slow, low pitch. So they might have to change their technique and strategies here on a pitch like this. Rina, I have a question. Amy is the youngest. Who's the second youngest to score an international 100?
It's either Freedy. No doubt about that. I thought you were asking in women's cricket.
No, she's the youngest, men and women included. Excellent feeling. There was a chance, but she did well.
Kainat is a decent bowler, but right now she's struggling to get her line right. She's getting the movement, that's an encouragement, but execution can get better. Anything outside off stump, the room might be very expensive for her. And throw was away from the keeper, Sidra Namaz.
That's better. Is that exactly what you're talking about? The line and the length also. Ball within the wickets and let the ball do the rest. Because she's been outside the off stump and she's getting the movement.
Yeah, that's how you would like to execute it. Starting from middle and probably ending on off stump, around off stump. That's the corridor. That's exactly where Ireland bowled in their initial overs.
Again, swing available for Kainat Imtiaz. She just needs to bowl those areas, those channels. 10 gone, 34 for 2 Ireland.
Ireland definitely has the potential of batting, there's no doubt about it. But they do heavily rely on Amy, Laura and Gabby. Gabby is back in the hut, scoring just 15 today. Mia Paul, another one that they would like to rely on. Down the order, Orla, yes, he's a good all-rounder. And probably Mary, one of the veterans. She'll have some role to play. Got a lot of all-rounders in their lineup. Change in bowling, Nashra Sandhu, left arm. It's been exceptional for Pakistan. Match-winning spells. Economy of 4. Best is 4 for 26. 63 wickets. Good line and length to start with. They've got slip in. They're hunting for wickets. That's exactly what a professional team would do. 2 already down. Pakistan has so far dominated.
It's a good opportunity for Pakistan side to get a big win under your belt. They posted the big total. They just need to finish well also. They've taken 2 wickets. Masha Sandhu, she's been a prolific bowler for Pakistan side. Always taking wickets. And the pressure definitely is on Irish batters. Got to make use of it. Few changes being made. Slip is there. That's good captaincy by Visma. She's keeping the pressure on. Oh, that's out. That's a wicket. That is what we were talking about. Nasha Sandhu has this habit of picking out wickets. And in the very first over, she's done that. Captain is happy. She is happy. Everyone in the camp is happy. Big wicket. Amy gone.
First one for Nashra Sandhu. Third for Pakistan. Amy Hunter probably way too early out of the blocks. Nashra, she's a smart operator. Changing the length and the pace of the ball. She was way down, had no chance to get back, and rest was done by Sidra Nawaz. Amy gone on 8. Ireland definitely in big trouble. 34 for 3. Orla Prendergast. He's a good all-rounder. Can prove handy with the bat, but won't be a favorable situation for her. 34, 3 down already, a mammoth total to chase. And the captain having a word with her. He's got a lot of work to do.
A very smart bowling by Nasra. That's a record. 9th match, 102 runs, 25 the average, best of 26. This is a good opportunity to improve on that record. Strike rate, impressive, 87.17. But this situation demands a different role from her. She needs to be there with the captain. Build a partnership. Shorter this time, nicely driven. That is an excellent start by Ola, through the gap for 4. Wonderful hit.
What a way to get off the mark straight away. Glorious drive through the covers. The length just hanging back.